Happy Friday, happy Friday. It's 12:30 here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Jane Monreal. How you doing? We have so many great sporting events here that you can watch on WCNC Charlotte. The Olympics is one of them. And the opening ceremony that we're going to air tonight in prime time at 8 o'clock is only on WCNC Charlotte. The other is the Super Bowl, of course, on Sunday. Look at that. Looks kind of quiet, kind of uneventful, but you can feel the energy. Got a little bit of energy at Levi's Stadium in California. Nice shot there. Hopefully they'll have good weather, where the Patriots and Drake May, Charlotte's own, are going to play the Seattle Seahawks. What a fun game. We're going to have some good snacks as well.
It's all about the snacks.
Line them all up since my team's not playing, you know.
Yeah.
Might as well have a go at it with other parts of it.
So, you know,
the commercials, the puppy bowl, the snacks,
halftime show,
yeah, all of it. And our Eugene Robinson, you know, I call him Charlotte's own as well, is headed to the studio, is going to weigh in on Super Bowl 60 here in a moment. But first, let's look at your weekend weather. Majestic Storm filing this report earlier on WCNC Charlotte.
Temperatures in the 50s today, but our friends in the mountains, you guys are seeing something quite different. Majestic.
It's a totally different forecast, Ben. We're getting them ready and prepared for very active weather starting this afternoon, but really intensifying tonight and into Saturday. We're talking about multiple inches of snow, very strong winds. I think the winds will be the most problematic part of the forecast. It's going to make it feel at times multiple degrees below zero, down to 15 below by tomorrow. not out of the question. The biggest impacts, we're talking about accumulating snowfall for the mountains. Usually the ski resorts, you would be so excited. Maybe you still are, but the problem is those winds will be so intense. We'll be watching for drifting and blowing snow, very low visibility, but dangerously cold feel-like conditions. So it's not going to be a great weekend to be spending a lot of time outside because of how cold it will feel. This is for the mountains. Still pretty quiet out there. It feels cold. Those winds are starting to increase, but those snow showers are on the way by this afternoon and again continuing through tonight. There's that satellite and radar quiet across the Carolinas, and really it is a tale of two different forecasts because it's gorgeous here in the Queen City. There's that snow off to the north and to the west of us, and it's going to continue to track to the south. As it does so, our mountain counties, Ashwaubenon, Avery counties, get ready for another very snowy weekend. National Weather Service will keep you under winter weather advisories starting this afternoon until Saturday morning, at least 1 to 3 inches of snow, but I think you'll get even more than that. The biggest concern this weekend, though, up in the mountains, it'll be the wind. Not out of the question for some of those winds to gust over 50 miles an hour, especially with those high wind warnings. Drifting and blowing snow, yeah, that's problematic, but those high winds could also lead to some power outages. Or if you have things that might blow away or get damaged, make sure it's all tucked away and secure. Here comes that snow as we're heading later into the afternoon. By 2 o'clock, we'll start to see several hours of snow, several hours to accumulate that snow. By 8 o'clock tonight, I think the bulk of that system will be done with, but I do think we'll still have some light lingering snow up there. Meanwhile, for the rest of us, I told you, it is quiet. It's going to be a beautiful weekend. Very windy, though, up in the mountains. You'll make sure you'll want to stay close to our team because those winds, again, reaching over 50 miles an hour at times, not out of the question. There's early Saturday at 5 o'clock in the morning, 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Morganton, and really Saturday is going to be your very windy day. Look at what it's going to feel like. 7 o'clock waking up on Saturday, up in the mountains, 10 below. Here in Charlotte, about 20 degrees. So overall, a cold but beautiful Saturday ahead with plenty of sunshine ahead here in Charlotte, but not so much in the mountains. There's that Jerry Hunt Super Center 7-day forecast. 52 degrees today. We'll take it. A little bit cooler Saturday and Sunday, and then warming things up so nicely as we're heading towards next week. And again, WCNC Weather Impact Alert weekend starting tonight and into tomorrow for the mountains.
All right, we are going to take a break because after we get back, we have Eugene Robinson in the house weighing in on the Super Bowl.
That's right.
But first, you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. First Business. At 12:37, welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Okay, so we got to talk about football, of course. Before we get to the Super Bowl, we need to talk about Carolina Panthers, our own Luke Kuechly, who is headed to Canton for the Hall of Fame. And wow, that is just amazing. Eugene Robinson in the house. My man is also here. So this is cool. There's a first for Eugene and Jane show. And
that's right.
You know,
it is a first. All right.
Yes, don't you love it? So
all
this
right.
is a great day all around.
Yeah, Gene and Jane, how about it? Yeah, I like
we're going to put this as a screenshot and just kind of throw it in Nick Sturdivant's face because, you know, he likes to boast that it's all about, you know,
we had the
Eugene and Nick.
Yeah.
But it's a different kind of dealio.
It's a different vibe.
That's all right. And that's all right because we're going to bring it different here. So let's talk about Luke, Eugene.
Yes,
I
indeed.
mean, what was it like hearing the news that Luke is going to the Hall of Fame?
I was so excited for him. I texted him earlier that day and say, hey, I'm praying for you.
Awesome.
So excited that you have a chance to be in the Hall of Fame. And he had text back that, hey, I'm so excited. Like, and I can just tell, like, because when you get to this point of like being the person that everybody says should be in the Hall of Fame first ballot, and now you're on the precipice of it, and waiting for them to say, yes, you're that guy, and know that he is that guy. It goes beyond football because not only is he good at what he does professionally, he's in the likes of Ray Lewis, Derrick Brooks, Mike Singletary, all the great linebackers that that most people know. Luke Kuechly, in the 8 years that he's played, has put up some extraordinary numbers. 7 Pro Bowls. He's been a Defensive Player of the Year. He has interceptions. He's really taken the Carolina Panthers on his back and really given it so much new life from a defensive perspective at the linebacker position. And so, Luke, it is absolutely well deserved. You are that guy.
Wow.
And Jane, this is just, we're talking about football. There's so many stories that even go far beyond it that you go, man, I didn't know he was that type of guy. I didn't know he was like that. I didn't know he was like that. Then you go like this, you applaud somebody like that.
And so a great man on and off the field, basically. And this distinction of being the second youngest to be inducted, too.
He is the second youngest. The first person was Gale Sayers. He's running back who used to play with the Chicago Bears. And now was Luke Kuechly. Luke Kuechly is that second youngest person to be inducted. He's only at 34 years old.
He's
only 34. He's a baby.
He's a Hall of Famer baby.
I know. He's 34 years old. And so that is absolutely incredible. Like, juxtapose this. You got Luke Kuechly goes in the Hall of Fame at 34. Roger Craig, who was a couple of years older than me, senior, I'm 62. Roger Craig has to be 65 years old, maybe 64, 65. He just got in at the same ballot. That's 30 some odd, 40 years. I know that after he finished playing. So I'm so happy that Luke gets to experience this right now. Get the flowers right now. So that's great.
And live, I mean, just a real, your best life.
Yes.
At 34, 35 by the time he's at the ceremony, right?
And Jane, let me just tell you this one story. I remember we were doing the Carolina Panthers used to have a Carolina Panther cruise, and I would host some of those cruises, and you have a number of guys who would go on, and Luke was one of those steady guys. And I remember we would do autograph sessions and all this MC and stuff that we were doing. So at the one autograph session, there were about maybe, I don't know, a big line there waiting for Luke to sign to get an autograph, right? Mm-hmm. There's one woman, her name is Diane, comes up to Luke and says, hey, Luke, can I talk to you for a moment? Okay, when you're done signing? He said, oh, yeah, sure. And so she sits down at a table. My wife and I happen to sit down next to the table with her, and we're just kind of talking. That line lasted for about 30 minutes. 30 minutes. When the line was over, Luke looked to his right, looked to his left. He's searching for the woman, and he's looking for her. He spots her next to our table. He comes down, sits next to her, entertains her question, talked to her for about another 15 minutes. Then he gets up and then he leaves. And I told Luke, I said, Luke, don't ever lose that touch with people. Don't ever lose that. He said, Gene, this is part of who I am. It's not like this is, I said, I can tell. And after that, my wife's like this, I love Luke.
He's a man.
I love Luke Kuechly. So he made an incredible impression on my wife. But that's who he is.
Yeah.
That's not fabricated. He's just that guy.
And to be greeted by Julius Peppers for the announcement, my goodness.
Yeah, and what I love about it, because both of whom are really understated legends of the game, right? With the Carolina Panthers, like. Julius is not up for all the fanfare stuff.
Right.
He's not, and neither is Luke. But I know that it means something to him, because to have Julius Peppers come and say, "Hey, Luke, welcome to the 2026 class of the Hall of Fame." You know, and it's not like the things of going off this that, but just their interaction, like you would think is going to be all exciting, but it wasn't. It was like almost matter of fact and so understated, and that's who those two men are. They're just real understated in the back. Let me do my job at a high level, but I'm understated and humble in the back.
Cool
I love
as a cucumber. They're both
Absolutely.
like that.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
we'll
just
punch
the
you in the mouth legally, though.
Yeah,
Jay, they will knock you out legally.
Right, yeah. What was
Yes.
it? What is it like knowing his style of play? There, the line of scrimmage. You know, just kind of. Did they trash talk? Did Luke trash talk a little bit?
No, I don't think Luke trash talk at all. But what Luke is known for, and this what separates him from a lot of linebackers, safeties, a lot of people who are good top athletes, is the academics of football. There is an academic level to football that from a defensive standpoint, as we're looking at it. I'll be Luke Kuechly. When you see the guard moves, well, is it a trap? Is it counter? Is it power? Why is he moving? Okay, and then when he moves to his left or to the right, who are you alerting and let them know that the play is coming to your side in real time as the quarterback's trying to trick you? Or when you drop back on the pass, what's the depth of the tight end? What is he running? Because that depth's going to tell you what the receivers are running on the outside. Wow. He knows all those nuance, all that minutia that most people go like this. Oh, I'm just a good athlete. I'll just get there when I get there.
Right.
Luke is a top athlete because of the academics of football, which he knows and which he communicates across the field to everyone to let them know, hey, get ready. The play's coming to your side, dude. Yeah, get ready. And if you're not going to make the play, Luke will find himself somewhere near there to make the play. Interceptions, forced fumbles, number of tackles, Luke Kuechly does it all, and he communicates all that stuff.
It sounds like a sixth sense combo with the academics.
Absolutely, because you have, and here it is. Here's my other Luke Kuechly story. When I was doing the broadcast for the Carolina Panthers, I would go there every Monday, do some stuff with the coach, and then I would go down into the locker room, go in one of the locker rooms, one of the film rooms, and I would break down film, getting ready for the game. We're going to be going against the Rams. What do they like to do? Third down, second down, first down, all the stuff they like to do, past, present. I would see Luke Kuechly on Monday in the linebacker room by himself, and it's late at night. I'm up there at night, he's there at night, and I was going, Luke, what are you doing here? He said, oh, Gene, I'm just getting it down, getting all the stuff down, dotting the I's, crossing the T's. And I said, that's what separates you from everyone else. I said, because most people don't have the tolerance to go ahead and sit there and watch more film when you're watching an inordinate amount of film throughout the week. But you do, and then you're studying, getting different tips and different tendencies. I used to do that same thing, and you don't get interceptions just because they throw the ball to you. You have to put yourself in position to get those interceptions. Luke has a whole bunch of interceptions at the linebacker level, which is totally crazy because linebackers shouldn't be getting interceptions. It should be corners and safeties. He has, 12, 13, 14,
Amazing.
15. He has a whole bunch of interceptions. I'm like, Luke, man. But it's because he studies the game and he understands where the ball is going.
He put in the work.
He put in a lot of work.
You put in the work.
You put in the work.
Luke's got a campaign for you now.
Yeah, I got guys over here campaigning for me.
Okay.
But Jane, just to know that I've been mentioned in that category. I've been nominated every year since like 2009 for the Hall of Fame, right? And I know I'm an older guy, I get it, but to be nominated in that class, knowing that you're one that somebody thinks that is deserving of that, I'm telling you, and I don't say that like because it's a nice thing to say. I'm like, that's what an honor because I'm a free agent. out of Colgate University who walked on, who should never even be playing football at all. If I do, maybe 1 or 2 years, I got to play 16 years and have an incredible career. And so, and go to Pro Bowls, go to Super Bowls,
Bowl.
and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
So I got to do all that stuff and get a Super Bowl ring. So I'm satisfied and I'm happy. And even when I run into some of the guys like a Ronnie Lott, a Leroy Butler, some of the guys who are Hall of Famers, they say this to a man. You know what, man? You should be here. He said, with your record and all the stuff, you should be here. So just knowing that that's the way they feel about me, and that
Means a lot.
It means a lot.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we give you your flowers every day.
Hey, I'll take some flowers. I'll take some petunias. Give me some roses.
Flowers.
I'll take some lilacs. Okay.
Okay. Oh, you like the lilacs? They
One of
smell
the
very
greatest of all
nice.
time for the Seahawks.
Well,
That's
yeah.
great.
So I got to do some good stuff.
Yeah, you
And
got everything.
Yeah, so
all right, we
some
get
really
you
good
the
stuff.
hardware and the yellow jacket. The yellow jacket's next.
I'll take a yellow jacket.
Take a yellow
So
jacket.
obviously you know who you're rooting for.
Yeah, so I am rooting
Come on.
I'm rooting for Seattle. However, my student Garrett Barberry, who is the current center, I've coached him at Charlotte Christian, and I got a chance to talk to him, ahead of the Super Bowl as he's getting ready to go down there. And I'm like, if Seattle were to lose, I will be cheering for my guy because I realize the road he's taken from going from Charlotte Christian, playing tight end and playing defensive line, going to NC State, and then getting moved to the offensive line at center and becoming a #1 draft pick. That is crazy.
A great story.
That's a great story. It's crazy. And now to find himself in the Super Bowl. So G Money and Garrett, if you guys win, I am so happy. Coach Rob is happy for you and your wife, Carson, who she used to run track for me.
That's fantastic. What is the Eugene Robinson key to victory for Seattle then?
I think it was going to come down to whatever team has the ball last. And the reason why I say that, because both offenses are really, really good. Sam Darnold has 20, 25 touchdowns, but he's been really consistent, and he's been really mobile when he needs to be mobile, and he's really galvanized that team. And he has a load of weapons, from Walker in the backfield, from Njigba, who had won the Offensive Player of the Year. He has almost 1,700 yards receiving, and he has 10 touchdowns. I mean, they can score
the
points. They really can score points, and their defense is. They're monsters. They're beasts. They're a beast. And so Seattle on paper is favorite. However, the same thing could be said about the New England Patriots. Drake May, he made me a believer. I watched that young man. I'm going like this. This dude right here is the truth. He is as good as anybody we've seen, from a John Elway, from a Dan Marino. That guy is that good. And when we look at that and look at some of the guys from Boutte they have, Diggs, Stevenson in the backfield, they can score points. So I think it comes down to this. Whoever has the ball last, because it's going to be a close game,
Right.
Whoever has it last with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go will most likely score either a field goal or a touchdown to go ahead and win the game.
What
that
score
last
prediction
word.
time?
So I think it's going to be somewhere around 2017, 23, 17. It's going to be a close. It's going to be a close game.
I told Mulcahy yesterday I had 17-14 for Seahawks. I think it's going to be close.
Well,
too.
and what you're saying to me, Colleen, is you're saying that it's a defensive game.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I
Love
think. Those defenses are really, really tough. And Coach Vrabel has been remarkable. He took a 4-13 team last year, and now they're in the Super Bowl.
Right, now
That's why he's the coach of the year now.
Well-deserved. Another well-deserved distinction. If there's a play that you can draw up for yourself, suit back up. Talk to me about your fantasy play.
Okay, so this is what I would like to do.
Bowl.
I played on the defensive side of the ball, so if I could do something and going against this game, and if I'm playing for the Seahawks and I'm going against the Patriots, I would want to go ahead and blitz Drake May to get him off his spots.
Okay.
So I would want to go ahead and do a safety type blitz, if we will, to come down there, which usually I'm never down there near where the defensive line and linebackers are. And if I get down there, instead of dropping back into my normal zone, what I would normally do, to go off the edge and go ahead and sack the quarterback.
Might as well.
That'd be great.
That would be fun.
And sack him for a fumble, recover the fumble, and then go take it for a touchdown.
All right.
And I almost did that in the game, too. I did that against
so
Pittsburgh, but they didn't call it a fumble, but I sacked the quarterback, made him fumble, grabbed the ball, and ran about 70 yards on the field.
That's why.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So you must need to
So I would want to
it.
do that again. And I would want to do that again, Jay, to win the game For the Super Bowl.
For the Super Bowl.
That'd
The
be
last
great.
one to possess the
Yeah,
ball,
that'd be
make
great.
that play
Yes.
for the Super Bowl. Let's draft them up again.
This body is
You're in
done.
shape.
We're done?
This body is done.
You're in shape.
Well, I was sleeping in the bed last night. Turner said, "Man, would I just break my rib? How did I hurt my rib?
I know.
What happened?
Just breathing. I
Breathing,
feel like, oh my
like,
God.
what happened? What happened?
What's that cramp right there?
What? My goodness.
Eugene Robinson, thank you so much for joining us here in the Live Impact studio. Pleasure. That was fun.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. We'll be right back on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus.
We're good.
At 12:54 here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus, we are following some breaking news in Northwest Charlotte. This is a homicide investigation taking place where our crew is on scene, and you can see the tape at the bank cordoning off that lot. Really busy intersection right off Brookshire, and we do have reports saying that it happened at the corner of the B of A right there on Brookshire. So we are getting more information right now, but we did talk to CMPD, and they held a press conference catching people up on this response. It was to an assault with a deadly weapon, and it happened shortly before 10:30. Let's listen now to this previously recorded press conference.
Tell us what happened. I'm assuming a 911 call came in to start this.
Yes, we received multiple 911 calls for service reference to assault with deadly weapon with injuries here at the 9700 block of Calabridge Court. During that 911 calls for service, the description that we got was the individual had been shot at this location. Officers did arrive on scene and did locate a female victim suffering from apparent gunshot wounds. CFD and medic did arrive on scene and did try to perform life-saving measures, but due to the extent of the injuries, this victim was pronounced deceased on scene.
Major, did you say, I'm sorry, just to clarify, multiple gunshot wounds?
No, sir, it was multiple calls for service.
Multiple calls for service,
Yes, sir.
okay.
Mhm.
Is there any indication at this point? I think a lot of people who we've talked to near the McDonald's are wondering, was this a robbery in the ATM drive-thru? Is there any indication of any sort of that?
Right now, don't want to speculate on that at this particular time. As you can see, our men and women are working very hard and diligent behind us, so trying to piece together the pieces. Once we get that information, we'll make sure that we'll get that out to you in the community.
When your officers arrived here on scene, though, they found the woman outside in the parking lot. It had nothing to do with inside one of these buildings.
That's correct. We did find her outside in the parking lot.
Got you. This is a very busy area, a very busy time of the morning. Bullets are technically flying. What's the biggest concern here, that how bad this could have been?
This could have been worse. It's still bad. I mean, respect to the victim and to the family. The biggest thing we ask for people is to be vigilant and always pay attention to their surroundings. The biggest thing, if you see something, say something. If something looks suspicious, we ask for you to please call 911 and to let us know that.
My last question here, of course, you may have heard me hit on it. It may be common sense, but what are your detectives looking at, talking to in the nearby businesses right now?
What we're doing right now, we're looking for all the evidence that we can get, any video evidence. We're asking for anybody who might have seen or heard something as a witness to, one, please utilize the Crime Stoppers at 704-334-1600, or utilize the Charlotte P3 Tips mobile app.
And at this point, nobody in custody yet?
At this point, no one is in custody. Once we get some more information, we'll make sure that our Public Affairs Office gets that to you to help us out in this.
Is there any reason to believe that people might be unsafe right now in the area while you guys are looking for the system?
No, ma'am, at this time. We do believe this is an isolated incident at this time. If anything changes, we'll make sure that we communicate that out to the public.
You say isolated, would you also say targeted?
No, sir, I wouldn't say targeted.
Okay.
We just know it's just one isolated incident right now,
Sure.
but we do not believe there's any more public harm at this particular point. But if it does changes, we'll make sure we communicate that.
Major.
And I don't think that there's any commonality in this, but I just had to ask. There was also a robbery at a Bank of America branch in Raleigh today. Do you think that they're connected in any way, shape, or form?
No, ma'am, I don't want to speculate on that. Once we get some information, we'll make sure that our Public Affairs, if you want to run that to them, they can check more into that, and we'll get that out to you.
Thank
Major
you guys
Anderson,
so much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
And you heard there an earlier press conference that we were at regarding this homicide investigation now in Calibridge Court there in Northwest Charlotte. We're going to take a little bit of a break here. See you in 2 minutes on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Just after 1 o'clock here on a Friday, and you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Jane Monreal. So today we are wearing red, National Wear Red Day, and we're wearing it because it supports the American Heart Association's Go Red for Women movement. Cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of death in the U.S., accounting for approximately 1 in 5 deaths a year. So joining us right now is Dr. Thomas Camber. He's a cardiologist with Novant Health to talk about what we can do to reduce our risk. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me on today.
Well, thank you for joining us because it's such an important topic any time of year, but certainly if we can give it some extra awareness during February, let's do so. So let's talk about heart disease and that it affects older men, but statistics, they tell a different story, right?
They do. Actually, women are at risk for this almost just as much as older men, especially after menopause. And it's not generally recognized quite as much. That's why it's so important to talk about and why the American Heart Association has been making this more public knowledge through campaigns like this. So it's very important to understand that.
Why after menopause?
There's hormonal fluctuations that put women at higher risk after menopause. And the symptoms can in general be a little bit different for women, less classic. We typically think about chest pressure, shortness of breath, pain radiating to the arm and jaw. For women, these can present differently, especially as we get a little bit older. Sometimes just fatigue, nausea, indigestion, even back pain sometimes. It can be slightly different for women, so it's important to pay attention to these nuances for things off, especially for women as we get a little bit older.
Now, I read that 80% of premature heart disease and strokes are preventable. 80%, that's an incredible statistic. What are some of the things that we can do then that we can prevent such a terrible outcome?
Excellent question. There's a lot of risk factors that we can modify to improve that, decrease our risk. Blood pressure, high cholesterol, diabetes, making sure we're controlling that. So making sure we're seeing our primary care physicians and monitoring these things, evaluating for them and treating them if they're issues. Routine exercise, at least 150 minutes a week is what's typically recommended if we can do it, but any amount is beneficial, really. And then trying to stay away from habits that may also increase risk, like smoking, tobacco products, excessive alcohol, things like that.
All right, so some of the warning signs, you mentioned that women do experience it differently. What should women never ignore anytime, menopause, pre or post?
The way that it can present so atypically, new moderate to severe symptoms should not be ignored. We do classically think of the chest pressure going to the jaw, things like that. But anything with activity in particular, if you suddenly can't do the activity you used to be able to do, you're a little bit more short of breath, you're a little bit more fatigued, you're getting lightheaded. It doesn't even have to be severe, maybe just a mild change, but it's new for you and there's not an explanation for that. That can be a sign of underlying cardiovascular disease that deserves evaluation.
For someone watching right now and they want to go ahead and start taking charge of their heart health, what's the first step they should take?
The first step they should take is talk to their healthcare provider about it. Do some of your own research, but combine that with seeing your healthcare provider if that's your primary care, as it is for most people. Just having that conversation, understanding with their guidance where the risk factors are, what we can modify, what kind of screening tools are available to make sure that we understand what all the risks are in this individual person, and then mitigate those or minimize those as much as possible. And for a fair amount of people, that may end up going on to see a cardiologist to further help manage anything that's been identified.
And because you're a cardiologist, you've seen what happens when there's a cardiac emergency. How important is it for just everyday people who may not be in that immediate or in-your-face trouble zone, but how important is it for all of us to know CPR, what to do if we see one of our loved ones go through a situation, an episode?
Yeah, it's extremely helpful. So cardiac arrest or sudden death is typically due to an abnormal heart rhythm called ventricular fibrillation or ventricular tachycardia, and ends up with the heart stopping to pump. And the gold standard for helping that person is immediate CPR, and minutes matter. Within 3 minutes plus, you start to have severe damage to the brain, to the heart, other things like that. So if someone has a cardiac arrest, if we can start CPR immediately, then they can have a decent chance of surviving that and surviving that intact with good mentation without having brain damage, things like that. So it's actually imperative. It turns out 90% of people do not survive cardiac arrest because a lot of times CPR, things like that, are not immediately available. But if you know how to do that, and you're with a family member or someone else in the community, you can really help a lot. You can save a life, and almost anyone, I think, can learn how to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else we should know, especially when it comes to the factors that are unique to women on this National Wear Red Day?
Just pay attention to your bodies. As the biggest thing is that you are at risk. It's not just older men. You do have some risk too. So, and the symptoms can be unique. So pay attention. If it's new, it's not normal. Don't brush it off. Talk to your health care provider about it, and make sure we're investigating these things so we don't miss anything, and we can mitigate the risk as much as possible.
Dr. Camper from Novant Health, thank you so much for the conversation. Good information for all of those out there. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Have a great day.
You too. Back here now on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We're going to take a quick break. Be right back in 2 minutes. At 1:10 on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus, it is cold, but not as cold as it is in Boston. The mayor right now is holding a press conference on cold weather preparations. Let's listen in on Live Impact News.
It's impacting the city today, and we're expecting a clipper system tomorrow, which could bring up to 3 to 5 inches. So. Good afternoon. I'm going to provide some updates from the storm last week. On January 25th and 26th, the city received 23.2 inches of snow, which is now the 8th largest snowstorm on record. Over a 36-hour period from Sunday into Monday, when we lifted the snow emergency, the Public Works Department cleared over 800 miles of roadway. This work allowed public safety and emergency vehicles, sanitation trucks, MBTA buses, livery, rideshare, and even food delivery vehicles safe passage. During the height of the storm, on Sunday, Boston Fire responded to and knocked down a 3-alarm fire on Wentworth Street in Dorchester. This is a good example of exactly why we prioritize keeping streets open first. On Tuesday, January 27th, we started snow removal operations citywide and have continued that work day and night for the last 10 days. This work prioritized schools first And working with our partners at BPS, we reopened 119 schools on Wednesday, January 28th. We then shifted to clearing MBTA bus routes, removing snow from main thoroughfares, business district, transit hubs, as well as crosswalks, curb cuts, and median crossings. As of this morning, as the mayor mentioned, we've hauled over 6,200 truckloads of snow, approximately 92,000 cubic yards, to 13 snow farms across the city. This week, we deployed snow melters, as we have in the past, to free up space for continued snow removal operations, as well as plan for future events. To support this work, the Boston Police Department and Boston Transportation Department issued over 2,800 snow emergency parking violations and towed 914 vehicles. Special thanks to both departments that played a key role in keeping our overnight snow and ice removal crews safe and efficient throughout their work. As of this morning, code enforcement has issued over 2,800 snow removal violations citywide, including 112 violations to the MBTA. Despite challenging conditions, curbside trash pickup has continued citywide with limited service impacts. Over the last 2 weeks, over 5,200 tons of trash has been picked up curbside, on par with any average holiday week collection for this time of year. And while missed trash cases reported to 311 was higher than the average, 86% of those cases were resolved within 24 hours. That work to do that type of curbside collection is difficult any day. In these conditions, it is extremely tough, and our hats off to those teams that do that. The lack of recovery temperatures and sustained sub-freezing conditions made post-storm cleanup challenging. Since January 25th, the Boston Water Sewer Department has responded to 29 water main breaks and service leaks across the city. We would like to thank our residents, property owners, commercial and institutional partners for their support clearing snow throughout the storm and after. For those of you that have not cleared snow, we ask that you do so before tomorrow's storm and certainly before the extreme cold conditions that are coming on Sunday. As a reminder, space savers are no longer permitted, and we will continue to remove and discard these assets. While we understand this may be frustrating, we ask that you please be respectful to our sanitation teams that are doing this work. Lastly, and most importantly, I want to thank our city employees and contractors who have worked tirelessly over the last 2 weeks. Once again, you put everything else in your own lives on hold to keep the city moving and safe. We all owe you a debt of gratitude. There's still work to be done, and winter is far from over, so we ask for your patience while we continue to clean up from this historic event and prepare for future storms. Thank you. Brianna.
Thank you, Chief Gove. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brianna Malore. I am the Chief of Community Engagement, and I house the different departments that are out in the community and connecting with constituents and residents every single day. I want to say a special shout out to Ergi Budo, who is the director of 311. We often talk about 311 and submitting cases and uplifting the connectivity to City Hall, but there's faces behind 311, and I want to thank them for the work that they do and for her leadership. So I want to speak directly to Boston residents on how the city is committed to keeping you safe and connected to resources during any snow or cold or weather emergency, and when we're approaching low temperatures this weekend. I know we all had enough of the snow, but spring is around the corner, March 20th. We're counting the days, but we got this, Boston. We know we are better together. The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, which is also housed in the Community Engagement Cabinet, has designated liaisons for connecting Boston residents with city departments. Each and every neighborhood has a neighborhood liaison, so make sure you're connected. You can go online at boston.gov/ONS or call 311 to be connected to your neighborhood liaison. Before any snow emergency or any cold or snow emergency, the neighborhood liaisons proactively, like they did 2 weeks ago, proactively reach out to neighborhood organizations, civic leaders, community organizations to notify them of resources around parking, around heating centers, et cetera, et cetera. Right now, ahead of this frigid weather, liaisons are still proactively reaching out to nonprofits, senior centers, community centers, making sure that they're connected to resources for the community and the neighborhoods that they serve. Also, we have a special, Will Dickerson, who is our faith-based liaison that also makes sure we're doing proactive outreach to our places of worship. It's an opportunity to connect with our faith-based kind of community members to make sure they are, up and running for their services as well. The Community Engagement Cabinet, as I mentioned, is home to 311, is a 24/7, 365 operation, non-emergency hotline. Please, of course, call, because again, like I mentioned, there's people behind the calls, but also when we're talking about sidewalks and we're talking about streets, downloading the app is probably the most effective way to communicate with 311, because you get to upload a picture, show us exactly a pinpoint location of where the concern is. The 311 app is also available in 12 languages, so please submit your request and your cases with a photo attached. You can also dial 617-635-4500 when you want to connect with 311. Last 2 weeks ago, we've seen a stark uptick in 301 calls and submissions of cases over 3 times, over 15,000 calls, which is unprecedented, but it was an opportunity again to serve the constituents of Boston, and we really take pride in that at 311. Again, lastly, being a Bostonian, we all know what being a Bostonian means. It means we look out for our neighbors and we make sure to connect with our neighbors so we can have stronger communities, stronger neighborhoods. If you see someone who is unhoused or in immediate need, make sure you're calling 911. If you own a business or own a home, you are responsible for your kind of walkway. So make sure you're shoveling your sidewalks and your walkways so neighbors can navigate through the sidewalks. If your landlord or property manager is being unresponsive, please connect with ISD at 617-635-5300 or just call 311. We can connect you. Again, thank you to Chief Gove and the entire team, the Public Works team. They've been working tirelessly and often thankless work. Thank you all, and thank you for Mayor and your leadership during this time as well. Passing it over to the Commissioner, I believe.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this Sunday, the New England Patriots will be playing in the Super Bowl, and we just wanted to take an opportunity to, it's been 7 years since we actually have been to the Super Bowl, and just wanted to make sure everyone understands the rules of engagement as far as celebrating in our city. There's been a lot of turnover, a lot of new students that are here, new residents, and we just want to make sure people understand what the expectations are. So we will have a full call out of officers working that evening with the sole responsibility of making sure that we keep public safety, particularly if there's a celebration, that people are safe, both in the streets, on the sidewalk, wherever they are. We will be out to make sure that that happens. That being the case, that we want to remind folks that there's going to be zero tolerance for public drinking outside, and as always the case, zero tolerance for disruptive behavior, criminal law violations, more importantly, violence of any type, and fires of any type, or public property damage of any type. We will have zero tolerance for that, particularly after the game is over, for celebratory purposes or any other kind of purposes. We just want to make that clear. We don't do that here in the city, and we will actually hold you accountable for that. We are a city that has a lot of championships, and we've celebrated well over the past, and we expect that we will do it responsibly this time as well, if we happen to win, which I'm sure we will. And so that being said, I also want to thank all our public safety partners. We had a meeting with all our campus police officers, as well as state police and other public safety people. I want to thank them in advance for the work that they work with us to make sure that we have enough people and a good plan in place, just in case there's a good reason to celebrate, and make sure that we have a plan to cover all of those. There will be parking restrictions as a result of the Super Bowl in and around certainly areas where there's college campuses, large college campuses, and licensed premise. campuses. You can find all those parking restrictions on bpdnews.com. There's a full list of them, far too many for me to mention them here. We also want to remind folks that access to public walkways and spaces may be restricted given on the given circumstances that we may face at the time. That will be a call for the commanders on the street at that time to make sure that everyone's safe, but we don't want people commingling pedestrians with motor vehicle traffic of any kind, particularly in a large celebration. So we will be denying access from time to time if that comes to be the case. It will be super cold that evening, and so we remind folks that being outside in the cold for long periods of time in that kind of weather is harmful to your health. I encourage you to wear appropriate weather gear if that's the case. I would advise celebrating at home and watching it from home, but that to each their own when it comes to some of this stuff. But more importantly, you'll be out and about for those that are there. If you see something, as always, say something. Call 911, let us know whether someone needs help, or if you see behavior that's certainly not appropriate, please give us a call. We will have ample people out there in general. Boston, again, has a long history of winning and losing with grace, and so we are going to continue that history regardless of the outcome. And the one other note, given the weather that you might see out there, our officers may be in weather, at least traffic posts for a long period of time. You may see some of them with masks over their face for the weather ski for that. If you engage them, they will pull it down and certainly identify themselves for that purpose. It is super cold out there. We don't want anyone to get sick and ill as a result, but we identify ourselves at all times. So that's what our plan is for the Super Bowl. We, again, ask all that are out and about to be responsible if we're celebrating. But as always, we have high expectations for our city, and our city tends to live up to them. So thank you all, and good luck, Pats.
Thank you. Any questions on snow preparation or Super Bowl city preparation?
Kind of a two-part question here. First, in the short term, Senator Collins is calling on the state and the city to work together to kind of increase the capacity for snow removal for this storm, this upcoming storm. And then the second part of the question is more long-term. Councilor Flynn, Councilor Burrell, snow melters, and also like I forget what we call it, snow corps to kind of get people to help shovel. Are you considering all of these options, or your communication with the state for kind of more hands-on data?
Yeah. So I saw the letter from the media, and I wish I were surprised that some may be trying to play politics with basic city services, but we are in the midst of historic digging out from a top 10 storm, and it has been all hands on deck from the city and the state. If anything, we have been very grateful that there's been coordination between the city and the state. In past snowstorms over the last several years, we have identified key areas where it's actually the state's responsibility on certain roadways or other places. And
all right, as Boston gets ready for cold weather, we're going to take a break here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. At 1:27, you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We're going to stick with the Northeast and go to the New York Democratic Convention taking place today, right now, out of Syracuse, New York. Let's go ahead and dip into this live on Live Impact News.
Jay?
Yeah. All right, we're going to close in, again, 1 minute on the clickers. On the clickers, 1 minute. And then, of course, if we're collecting cards, that'll continue. We're going to get every single vote in. But just 1 minute left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 16 still out. Probably the cards again? Okay. 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 I said a minute, so I'm going to keep to the minute.
I thought he was, but I guess not.
Okay, we got about 15 seconds left if you've got a clicker. Again, if you're looking to get a card and get the cards in, you got a little bit more time. Okay. Voting is closed on the clickers, and we're going to go and get that tabulated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, while we're tabulating, got a few cards coming in. Anybody else that did not? Any other hands up? I want to make sure you got every card. Okay. Okay. Folks, we have just a little bit of time to get this calculated. It should take about 10 to 12 minutes. And then we will have lunch. I'm hungry too, you know. Okay. Yeah, I know. Let me say a few words, if I could have your attention. Your hungry attention. And I know you're not hungry for my remarks, but I'll give a few. So, as we, folks in the back.
All right, they're counting or tabulating something in New York. So we will veer away from that and stay here in our backyard, because after 2 wintry weekends, a lot of folks were cooped up inside, and that means businesses didn't do as much business. So now that we have a better weekend on tap, we want to check with our Anna King following that angle for us this afternoon for us. And Anna, you're in Uptown right now. Do you feel like there's an energy? People are out and about getting, trying to get rid of their cabin fever?
Yes, there is a beautiful energy out here. A lot of people are outside of their homes, and I spoke to a lot of businesses who said they can feel that as well. They said for the past 2 weekends, people have been cooped up. No one really wanted to come out, and if they did, it wasn't in huge crowds. And so they're very hopeful for this weekend, with more people hopefully coming out to the restaurants and to the bars and being able to see those numbers that dropped significantly the past 2 weekends turn around. So that's kind of the picture they painted for me. I spoke to specifically Ink and Ivy here, a well-known sports bar, as well as some of the places along the French Quarter, just the crowd that they are anticipating and hoping for this weekend.
Okay, very good. I mean, and how about like Super Bowl parties too? Are people planning for that?
Yes. They told me that they are planning specifically for the Super Bowl, but definitely for the rest of this month, hoping to turn things around and make up for the loss that they experienced the past 2 weekends.
All right. And I guess they were open as well then, dealing with these wintry conditions. How are they getting ready then for this weekend and the rest of the month? So
back to them being open these past 2 weekends, a lot of these restaurants and bars had to make adjustments by sending folks home. Some of the restaurant staff that were not needed, or some of the bar workers that were not needed, they sent them home. And so they're hoping that this weekend, with the deals and the specials that they have, they can make up for the loss, the huge loss that they saw. So.
Oh, yeah.
To answer your question, Jill's and Specials is how they're preparing.
Okay, no, we hope the same for them as well. I mean, I'm just thinking, oh wow, you battle the conditions to get to work only to be sent home and you made no tips. Oh, that's terrible.
Yes, exactly. So horrible. So yeah, they are very, very hopeful for this weekend.
All right, Anna King, thank you very much. In Uptown, we will see your report here at 5:30, I believe.
5:30.
All right. See you here at 5:30 on WCNC Charlotte. Thanks, Anna. And we'll be right back on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Time right now is 1:35, Friday afternoon here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We're getting you ready for the weekend and opening ceremonies tonight. You might stay home and watch that. You might want to get out because, as we saw with Anna's live shot there out of Uptown, folks just kind of want to get out and about a little bit. Our Majestic Storm had this weather report earlier on WCNC Charlotte.
Temperatures in the 50s today, but our friends in the mountains, you guys are seeing something quite different. Majestic.
It's a totally different forecast, Ben. We're getting them ready and prepared for very active weather starting this afternoon, but really intensifying. Tonight and into Saturday, we're talking about multiple inches of snow. Very strong winds. I think the winds will be the most problematic part of the forecast. It's going to make it feel at times multiple degrees below zero, down to 15 below by tomorrow. Not out of the question. The biggest impacts, we're talking about accumulating snowfall for the mountains. Usually the ski resorts, you would be so excited. Maybe you still are, but the problem is those winds will be so intense. We'll be watching for drifting and blowing snow, very low visibility, but dangerously cold feel-like conditions. So it's not going to be a great weekend to be spending a lot of time outside because of how cold it will feel. This is for the mountains. Still pretty quiet out there. It feels cold. Those winds are starting to increase, but those snow showers are on the way by this afternoon and again continuing through tonight. There's that satellite and radar quiet across the Carolinas, and really it is a tale of two different forecasts because it's gorgeous here in the Queen City. There's that snow off to the north and to the west of us, and it's going to continue to track to the south. As it does so, our mountain counties, Ashwaubenon, Avery counties, get ready for another very snowy weekend. National Weather Service will keep you under winter weather advisories starting this afternoon until Saturday morning. warning at least 1 to 3 inches of snow, but I think you'll get even more than that. The biggest concern this weekend, though, up in the mountains, it'll be the wind. Not out of the question for some of those winds to gust over 50 miles an hour, especially with those high wind warnings. Drifting and blowing snow, yeah, that's problematic, but those high winds could also lead to some power outages. Or if you have things that might blow away or get damaged, make sure it's all tucked away and secure. Here comes that snow as we're heading later into the afternoon. By 2 o'clock, we'll start to see several hours of snow, several hours to accumulate that snow. By 8 o'clock tonight, I think the bulk of that system will be done with, but I do think we'll still have some light lingering snow up there. Meanwhile, for the rest of us, I told you, it is quiet. It's going to be a beautiful weekend. Very windy, though, up in the mountains. You'll make sure you'll want to stay close to our team because those winds, again, reaching over 50 miles an hour at times, not out of the question. There's early Saturday at 5 o'clock in the morning, 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Morganton, and really Saturday is going to be your very windy day. Look at what it's going to feel like. 7 o'clock waking up on Saturday, up in the mountains, 10 below. Here in Charlotte, about 20 degrees. So overall, a cold but beautiful Saturday ahead with plenty of sunshine ahead here in Charlotte, but not so much in the mountains. There's that Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. 52 degrees today. We'll take it. A little bit cooler Saturday and Sunday, and then warming things up so nicely as we're heading towards next week. And again, WCNC Weather Impact Alert weekend starting tonight and into tomorrow for the mountains.
All right, so nice. Much better than it's been, unless you like the snow and the dirty snow. But anyway, we have a lot of activities here on WCNC Charlotte, your NBC local station in Charlotte metro area. And so with that, we're counting down to Super Bowl 60, which of course is going to be here on WCNC Charlotte Sunday night. A live look at Levi's Stadium as you get psyched for that. I went to Costco earlier. It was packed.
I imagine. Like, everybody's getting, chips and cheese balls and...
I was like,
yeah.
What am I thinking going there on a Friday before Super Bowl? What was I thinking?
Did you pick up any cheese or cheese balls?
No.
Like
See, I got my snacks already.
What are you serving up?
Well, it's a party for two.
Okay. Hey, it's a great party.
It's a party for two. The Sheryl Crow song?
It's
or
the
the
Shania
Shania Twain
Shania
song
Twain
with Mark
McGrath.
Yes. Thank you. We know what we're talking about.
We know what we're talking about.
Yeah. Party for two.
Yes.
And we're just going to have, it's not going to sound great.
Okay, go ahead.
Impossible Burgers?
Hey. It's a burger. A burger's a burger. If you put enough dressing on anything,
it's an Impossible Burger.
Fixins with it, it could be whatever you want.
And we have chips and dip though. And queso.
You have to.
Right.
It's the Super Bowl. You have
So
to
yeah, Impossible
chips,
Burgers and chips
queso.
and dip. And we have we're gonna air fry some fries.
Yum.
And we already got gelato for
And you got gelato.
for Italian.
For
Italiano,
Olympics.
exactly,
Yeah.
for the Olympics. We're combining it all.
You're combining all the snacks.
Did you get your snacks?
It's in the fridge out here. I still got to eat my gelato.
Oh, okay. But no, for Super Bowl.
Oh, for Super Bowl? Oh, I haven't even, Jane, I haven't thought that
Oh,
far ahead.
well, don't go to Costco.
I won't go to Costco.
not the days approaching Super Bowl.
I'll do a teeter run at like 10 o'clock tonight when no one's there.
Oh, good one. You know?
All
right, plan a menu? No?
I'll see if it's not, if the shelves aren't cleared out, whatever's left.
There is a what survey did for the favorite snack foods for Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was Uber Eats or what. It was a survey, and it was in the Carolinas that more people in the Carolinas are swapping out beer for wine.
In the Carolinas?
In the Carolinas.
That's not the Carolina I grew up in.
I know. No, don't you think? I was thinking, well, that's fine by me because I'm going to have my little sparkling wine.
Okay.
I can see, like, I'll tell you, someone who, enjoys adult beverage. Like, I'm not drinking anything for the Super Bowl because on a Sunday, obviously, we come into work on Monday morning. So I can understand why people who will maybe want to just have a nice glass of wine, pace themselves, know they have work in the morning. It feels classier. It's in San Francisco. That feels like a classier part of the world.
It's
really
you got
by
Sonoma,
wine country, Sonoma. So maybe they're doing it as an endearing
that
thing.
That makes sense.
So I can see the vision now. I've talked to myself, Jane. I completely see it now.
Yeah, but All right, but here, the Carolinas.
The Carolinas.
Move over,
As a Carolina
IPAs.
girl, she's going to be grabbing a Miller Lite on Sunday. I'm just letting you know that right now.
Okay.
It's Miller time.
Miller time.
All right.
Not sponsored, but I'm just a fan.
So yeah, but but we all agree on the buffalo chicken
Love.
wings,
Yep.
the chips
Love
and
it.
dip,
Cheese.
queso.
Any type of cheese.
I'm
Get
gonna
it
more cheese, yep.
fried,
Yep,
melted,
I'm gonna have my queso.
Anything.
All right. Bring I don't
Bring
know.
on the cheese.
Bring her melted shoe. Anyway, I don't know where I was going with this. Oh, I was going Mike. Okay.
Yeah, Mike Tirico.
So we thought we were busy here at WCNC Charlotte. Mike Tirico, Mr. NBC Sports.
He's busy.
He's getting ready for the Super Bowl.
And then he's got to go ship off to
And then after that, he's going
Italy.
to Italy for the Olympics. But he talked to our Eugene Robinson.
Sure did.
So this is their convo. Talking game time here on WCNC Charlotte.
As the Seahawks and the Patriots prepare for Super Bowl 60, one person who will be in the mix broadcasting the culmination of the NFL season is NBC broadcaster Mr. Mike Tirico. Mike, it's so good to see you. How you doing, buddy?
Good to see you again. You're looking great, man. So good to be with you and excited for this game we have ahead of us.
Absolutely. So I want to go ahead and I want you to put on your broadcaster hat, your broadcasting skills.
Okay.
How do you prepare for the game?
Well, you try to do what you've done all year and try not to make it a different broadcast than you've done all season. But by the same token, you want to make sure that you are ready for everything. So you spend a little bit extra time. And that's the nice part of having 2 weeks. For the fans, maybe you want that next week. But for us, having the 2 weeks gives you a chance to spend a little bit deeper dive into the offense and the defense of each team, the player stories. But at the end of the day, there's so much lead up to the Super Bowl. People just want us to be out of the way and call the game, and that's what we'll do.
So I want to go ahead and talk about this magnificent rise of Drake May. From your perspective, what have you seen in Drake May in this rise?
What I think has been the most important thing was that first year he proved he could play. And it wasn't the best set of circumstances around him, but then he got the gift of all gifts. He got Josh McDaniels as an offensive coordinator. And I think having somebody who's been there and done it with the best to maybe ever do it in Tom Brady was such an advantage. And I remember we see the Patriots week 5 of this season in Buffalo. And that may have been that win that everybody noticed, hey, this team might be pretty good. And Drake said, yeah, there's stuff Josh McDaniels told me in July and August, and even back in March when we first met, that keeps coming true. So he believed in the coaching. He believed in the messaging. And that happened all the way through the season.
Let's talk about the resurgence also now of Sam Darnold.
He went to San Francisco, and he got a chance to sit, be in the offense of Kyle Shanahan, and realize some of the things he can do. And then to Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota and do that and have a 14-win season and didn't back it up in the playoffs. So it's been incremental. I think it's a lesson of don't give up on a guy right away.
So you expect a very close game, like I'm expecting a very close game?
Well, I'm hoping for a very close game. Put it that way. If we're telling stories, then the game's not what you'd like. You build up to the whole season in the Super Bowl. You hope to see in a year where we've had so many close calls, in a playoff where it's been back and forth in the fourth quarter. How great would it be to be able to get that in the Super Bowl?
He's great.
Mike Tirico does so much. He's not only going to be doing the Super Bowl, but he's also going to be doing the Olympics.
Yes.
He's everywhere.
in Milan, yes.
I know, he's ubiquitous. There you go, Mike.
Good stuff. Yeah, of course you can catch the Super Bowl right here on NBC this Sunday.
All right, 2 football greats, right? Eugene Robinson, Mike Tirico. Well, football talking great in Mike Tirico. You can, again, watch it all here on WCNC Charlotte Sunday night. The Olympic opening ceremony is tonight in prime time at 8 o'clock. And Mariah Carey, Andrea Bocelli.
Mariah Carey.
She's on fire.
That's right.
She's on fire again. So she will be singing for the opening ceremony. And a couple of things to look forward to tonight. That's what I'll be doing.
Yeah.
With maybe a glass of wine, switching out
I'll have a beer. I'll have a beer.
Carlene's going to switch out the beer. We'll be right back on WCNC Charlotte. Time right now is 1:48 here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Kind of quiet this afternoon. The opening ceremony in Milan for the Olympics is going to begin here shortly. We're going to bring that to you tonight in prime time at 8 o'clock on WCNC Charlotte. But here on the stream on WCNC Plus, we're going to take you out live to the New York Democratic Convention and listen in on Live Impact News.
For you as the daughter of Queens. Queen. Born and raised in a union household where the value of a hard day's work was not theoretical, it was lived every single day. My parents were both union workers. They taught me that if you want something done, you don't wait. You step up, you organize, and you fight for it. That's the spirit that raised me. It's why I got involved in my community. It's why I fought for our neighborhoods. And it's why I ran for office, to make government work for the people it's supposed to serve. As New York City Council Speaker, the first black woman ever to hold that role, I indeed had the privilege of leading our city through some of its toughest moments. And I didn't back down from the hard fights. When working families were being priced out of their own neighborhoods, we fought for affordable housing. When parents were struggling to find care they could trust and afford, we worked to expand access to child care. When Donald Trump's administration targeted our communities and tried to trample all over our rights, I listened to my mentor, my big sister, the best attorney general that this world has ever seen, Tish James. She said, Adrienne, if Donald Trump comes after you, sue him. We sued him and we won. Because I believe it's government's job, and it's simple. Make life more affordable, make communities safer, and make sure opportunity is within reach for every family. That's Governor Hochul's vision, too. That is exactly why I'm so proud to run alongside her. Because Kathy Hochul has been delivering on those same priorities for all of New York, putting money back in families' pockets, universal child care, delivering universal free school meals, investing billions to keep our streets and subways safe. She is governing with urgency and with heart, because your family is her fight. Together, that's right. Together, we're ready to build on that progress. But let's be clear about the stakes in this election. As we gather here today, New York is under constant attack from Donald Trump and MAGA extremists in Washington who want to drag this country backward. They're attacking our freedoms. They're driving up costs with expensive tariffs. They're sending untrained ICE agents into our schools, into our courts, and into our communities. And instead of delivering for working people, they are trying to divide us. And here at home, we have Republicans cheering them on. Enablers in Congress across our state who bend the knee to Donald Trump at every single turn. Bruce Blakeman is one of them. While Governor Hochul is fighting to protect New Yorkers, Blakeman is out here bragging that ICE is doing a very, very, very good job. He blamed Renee Good for her own death. That's not a leader, that's a coward. And you know what? Donald Trump called Bruce Blakeman MAGA all the way, and he was right. Because time and time again, Blakeman has chosen Trump over New York families. Division over solutions. Political theater over real results. 100% MAGA, 100% of the time. Well, I have a message for them. New York does not back down. New York does not tolerate bullies. And New York is united behind Governor Kathy Hochul, and we're ready to fight back. Because elections are about our values. It's about whether we can continue our fight for affordability, to lower costs for working families struggling to get by. It's about whether our kids grow up on safe streets and safe neighborhoods. It's about whether we move forward or let MAGA extremists drag us backwards. We're not going to do that. I know which direction we're going in. Forward with Governor Kathy Hochul, together as one team. So today, I am honored to become our party's designee for Lieutenant Governor. It's a responsibility that I take very, very seriously. A responsibility to fight for the families I grew up in Queens. For the workers who keep this state running. For the parents juggling jobs and childcare. For every single New Yorker who just wants a fair shot in a government that has their back. Let's go win this election. Let's re-elect Governor Kathy Hochul. Let's defeat Donald Trump's enablers, including Bruce Blakeman, up and down the ballot. And let's keep delivering for the people of the great state of New York. Thank you. God bless you. And let's get to work together.
You've been watching live the New York Democratic Convention happening right now. We will take a break here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. At 1:58 here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus, our Megan Bragg, who will be coming up here at 3 o'clock in the Live Impact studio, talked about Mecklenburg County Parks and Rec, how they're planning for the future. This is part of her interview now, previously recorded here on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. The time right now, 12:37, and we have a treat right now. A director of Mecklenburg County Parks and Rec, Nick Walker, is joining us right now. Nick, thank you so much for being here.
Happy to be here.
Yes, it's so great. Okay, so today you're going to talk to us about that 5-year comprehensive plan. There's going to be a public meeting tonight, and folks can kind of say what they want to see with our parks. Tell us a little bit more about that.
No, that's actually, unlike a lot of times with community engagement, that's exactly what we want. Tonight over at the Eastway Regional Recreation Center, tonight is a registration required, but we're still taking registration. If you go to publicinput.com/MEC Playbook, you can still go ahead and register to participate in the event tonight. But no, so 10 years ago, or 5 years ago, the county went through the first iteration of the MEC Playbook, which is our comprehensive master plan for the park and recreation system, and every 5 years we do a check-in. How are we doing? The good news is we measure that every day, and so we feel like we have a pretty good understanding of, have we met the needs of the community, have we adapted to the things that have changed. But again, like everything else, after 5 years, priorities change, specific interests, parts of town. I think if you look back to what did Southwest Charlotte look like 5 years ago in terms of population and those sorts of things, it's drastically different today. So we just want to use this opportunity to not reset, but just kind of refresh.
And that is awesome. I also saw too that you had a couple comments already online. Yeah. A lot of people commending you for your disc golf, saying it's one of the best in the state, and people come to Charlotte to play that. I also saw other ones like, maybe more dog parks, more spots for families. All right, we're going to put a pin in that previously recorded interview with our Megan Bragg talking about the future of Mecklenburg County Parks and Rec. We want to go with the health news right now, because these days you've heard all about them probably. GLPs, easy to prescribe, easy to take, and a lot of people are using them to lose weight. But right now, our Nate Morabito, as well as our partner at WFMY, digging into parts of this troubling trend involving these weight loss injection. Guys, thanks for joining us here, Nate in studio, and of course Kevin joining us from FMY. So I'll start with you, Nate. What you and Kevin found, these overdoses related to these weight loss drugs, they've skyrocketed. What is happening?
Right. There's so many people that are using these injectable weight loss drugs, and by and large, the results are incredible. I posted some questions to the Facebook community not too long ago, and just comment after comment about the experience people have had, how much weight they've lost, more than 100 pounds, minimal side effects. I think that's the norm. But what we also found is when you are maybe not partnering with a doctor as closely as you should, or maybe you're not using a preloaded injector, and you're taking a syringe and a vial and pulling out the dosage yourself, there is this risk of an overdose. And when we talk overdose, we're talking about emergency room sometimes, we're talking about hospital stays. I had one woman a short time ago tell me she had to go to the ER for it. And with all the good that's come with these drugs and the fact that doctors are backing them, there is also this growing risk. And really, over the last 6 years or so, a nearly 1,500% increase in calls to poison control centers for overdoses, for side effects, for severe complications. And so that alone, I don't think the public knows enough about.
No, not at all. This is the first I'm hearing of it. Kevin, you finding similar findings?
Absolutely, and we spoke. Nate was worked with us, and we were able to find a lady that lives here in North Carolina who basically experienced one of those situations. It was a pretty serious situation in regards to an overdose. Now, she had used a GLP-1 before and had some fairly positive results. Wasn't a lady that was considered overweight or anything like that. She basically used it for health purposes, and a lot of women are using those as they get a little bit older in life for the health benefits as it relates to that. And that's what she used it for. She used it for about a month or two, went off of it, and then thought that was kind of it. She went on a cruise, wasn't really concerned about it. And then
friend of hers, colleague, reached out to her and said, "Hey, I'm working with a different company. Would you want to try this one?" And she said, "Sure, let's give it a go." And that's where things went sideways. The bottom line is it was a completely different company, and they prescribed a medication, and she took it for a few times, and it simply didn't work. And then they upped the dosage, and that dosage ended up putting her in the emergency room for about 3 days. And she was violently vomiting for 24 hours straight, if not 36 hours straight, every 30 minutes, simply because of an overdose as it relates to these GLP-1 medications.
That is really scary. And I mean, so like I said earlier, it's easy to get because you can, I mean, what are the channels people are using besides their doctors?
You can, I mean, that's the thing. They're readily available. There are tons and tons and tons of online companies and doctors that will prescribe these. And in this situation with her, she had to do very little, like a background information or anything like that. No pictures, no visuals, no nothing. Previously, she had to stand up in front of a camera. At least the doctor was able to kind of look at her and view her or what have you. In this situation, nothing like that. It was just a form that was filled out. She got the medication, it didn't work, they upped the dosage, and that caused problems.
So, I mean, for both of you, when you collab together on something like this, you're finding the same findings. What are these poison control folks or doctors telling you?
Yeah, I mean, so if you look at this woman's case, Leslie's case, who Kevin interviewed, I've talked with her a bit as well. She is featured in our investigation that airs tonight at 11. She had no interaction with like a live digital video consultation. She had no in-person communication with the doctor. And that's, you know, we talked to a bariatric surgeon here in Charlotte with Novant Health, Dr. David Vollinger, and he really can't overstate this enough. If you are going to go on this kind of medication, he believes that you should be meeting with the doctor face to face. He says that is the best situation because that doctor knows your history, has a vested interest in making sure that you are going to, comprehensively address your weight loss if that's the reason you're going on these drugs. And when we talked to him, the question for me was, because I have friends that have used these, I had no clue how severe the complications can be. I mean, in incredibly rare cases, people can die. And so he addressed that. And I wonder if we can take a listen to that, Carlene, because to me this drives home.
Rare,
look,
right? And it is extremely rare, but not zero from the standpoint of just we talk about dehydration. If somebody has a heart issue or a kidney issue, that magnifies the severity of that. Sure, they could die. Hypoglycemia. These medicines can drop your blood sugar. Let's say that it drops your blood sugar to an extent that you have an injury, intracranial injury, some severe things can happen. So look, I don't want to scare people away from taking these medications. These medicines are excellent. But the point I want to make is educate yourself about your own medical history and the side effects of these drugs, and do it under supervision of somebody that knows what they're doing, and not just over the phone with someone who doesn't have your vested interest and your medical chart in front of them. Chronic relapsing disease, you need a chronic relationship with your physician, right? That is key. This needs to be treated just like high blood pressure, diabetes, any other chronic disease. Obesity is the same way. These medicines can cause serious help, or they can cause serious harm if you're not working with a medical professional.
So I really, as part of this too, I wanted to know locally how often this is happening. I know Kevin was we're working towards the same way. And the truth is that North Carolina and South Carolina's poison control centers, we made requests to them. They did not comply with our request to provide data to really understand in our states how often this is happening. But we do know nationwide, big picture, this is an issue. Almost 23,000 calls to poison control centers since 2019. And, Leslie didn't call a poison control center. So how many others are out there like her too that just go straight to the hospital, straight to the ER?
Kevin, what do you want viewers to know about your investigation tonight?
I think the thing about this is really it could happen to anybody that does this. And there's a couple of different drugs as it relates to FDA approved. And there's some drugs that are injectables and they're preloaded. And I think those are the safest when combined with a doctor that you're dealing with face to face. What Leslie was doing was it was an online doctor situation. There was no face to face interaction. And she was dealing with a compounding pharmacy. And what I've learned in talking with doctors is when you're compounding drugs, it's just not as accurate. It's not that it's not safe, but it's just not as accurate. And a lot of these drugs are dealt with in milliliters, or milligrams, excuse me. So it would be like 1, 1.1, 1.2, 1.5, etc. When it's preloaded, it is that exact amount. You know exactly what you're getting. When you're dealing with a compounding agency, from what I've been told, one batch that could be 2.1, the next month when you get that same batch at 2.1 milli, it may actually be 2.3 or 2.4 or 2.5. You just don't know because you're dealing with a compounding agency. So as we were talking, as we were learning more about this, it's best to go with the company that's FDA approved. It's also best to make sure you're dealing with somebody face-to-face in these situations.
And Nate, I mean, this is very, it's kind of disturbing because a lot of people use it just not to gain or not to lose so much weight. They're not obese, but they are, in that maintenance level or trying to stave off, just to slim down.
Right, and it's so common, and I think that Leslie's experience really drives home another message too. She thought something was off when the doctor doubled her dosage and told her to inject even more of that from her vial into her body. And she didn't take the full amount, but her gut told her, this doesn't seem right. And the next thing you know, she's asking a doctor, can you put me in a coma? I cannot live like this. This is too much for me. So we're talking really extreme. And by the way, not only like all the suffering she went through, a more than $10,000 hospital bill.
Oh, wow.
So this is like a little bit more than a nuisance here, right? Like if things go wrong, this is something that can affect your life. It can affect your pocketbook. And all we are trying to remind people of is that this is happening. There are actual cases about this happening. And really, if you can have a relationship with your doctor or a doctor that you trust and you work with regularly, that seems to be the best approach. Nothing's obviously going to be bulletproof in this kind of a situation. But you just don't want to be in a situation where those side effects like nausea, vomiting, stomach pains can get to a level that are kind of unbearable.
Yeah. I mean, no weight loss is worth going through the emergency room or, pain like that. Okay, gentlemen, your investigation looks like it's going to be a good one and something that we need to tune into tonight. At 11?
Tonight at 11, I know on WFMY, on us at 11, and I just so appreciate Kevin working with me on this. We actually started working on this because our colleague in Seattle, station in Seattle at King TV, was looking into this as well. And so it's just a great collaborative effort to really amplify something that people just don't know enough about, I think.
I mean, and yeah, it is something that a lot of people are talking about too, across the board. All right, looking forward to that on WFMY as well as WCNC Charlotte tonight at 11. Thanks, guys. And we'll be right back on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. At 2:14 here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus, as we finally dig out from the cold, snowy, icy conditions, some states are still having to deal with a lot of it. And Tennessee is one of those states still dealing with the aftermath and perhaps getting ready for another wave of cold weather. Let's go ahead and listen into their live press conference now on Live Impact News.
Appreciate you, Philip, and thanks again to the NDOT crews who've been out there working around the clock since before the storm began to pre-treat roads, get plowing done, clear those not just the stuff that's in the roads, but those leaners and hangers, and now clearing debris from yards and curbside. So, Restore Nashville is how we work together to restore what was lost and strengthen the fibers that hold us together as a community. For Davidson County residents who need disaster relief, please tell us what you need so we can get you help. You can tell us in a few ways. Call the free confidential hotline at 211, fill out the needs tracker that we've got set up through our voluntary organizations active in disaster, NashvilleResponds.org. And then, of course, starting Monday, please visit one of our disaster assistance centers. The warming centers at Bellevue Community Center and Madison Community Center remain open 24/7, offering overnight accommodation and meals. We are starting to, as we've gotten down to just a few hundred outages, consolidate those. We're making sure there's always capacity until all lights are back on. We are planning the wind down of Madison. The Office of Emergency Management expects to close that center on Saturday. The one at Southeast Regional Community Center closed operations yesterday, but we will keep Bellevue open until all the lights are on. Again, if you want to support the recovery effort, please volunteer with Hands on Nashville. Find opportunities at HON.org. The Winter Storm Recovery Fund remains open and accepting donations and continues to process requests for assistance. You can get there via the home pages of the United Way of Greater Nashville and the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee. And any Nashvilleian who needs assistance can call 211 or visit NashvilleResponds.org. The impact of this storm has called for a massive response, and that's what Restore Nashville will be. And with that, Alex will help us facilitate any questions you have. Alex?
Thank you, and we also have Director Chief Will Swan here who can help as well. Austin, you want to start today?
Sure. I heard from a colleague at the State House that yesterday you were meeting with the Speaker regarding NES about what I don't know. So I just wanted to ask how that meeting went and how you would characterize your ongoing conversations with folks at the state level about NES's operations and leadership. I know that's something you talked about earlier in this week and last, but I just wanted to get a finger on the pulse.
Austin, thanks. Yeah, I have a regular series of conversations with the Speaker, with the Governor, with lots of state leaders. I've talked specifically many times throughout this crisis to TEMA Director Patrick Sheehan. Our staff maintains connections to staff and leadership, and in both chambers of the General Assembly. We have regular meetings with the Davidson County delegation in the General Assembly, and then of course Darren Jernigan not only helps us track bills, but again stays in very close contact with his former colleagues. Meeting with the Speaker yesterday, yes, we did touch on NES. He did advise. He's got a caption bill out there looking at utilities. It seems like this is the start of a conversation. I think the state, like us, is interested in accountability in this moment, and I think we are in agreement that all options are on the table right now as we examine how NES performed during this, and so that was the nature of that conversation. I guess, yeah. Sure.
I just wanted to clarify if you can or cannot fire the NES board.
I cannot. We do not have the legal authority. What we have explored here is the Metro Council has the ability with a 30-0 vote to remove any individual board member. I certainly always have the opportunity to make public calls on people, but we always like to understand our legal options. I cannot do that. I cannot fire the CEO.
Steve? What was the last you heard of Governor Lee's expedited disaster declaration, and what would those funds go when we get them?
The initial one, and I'll look to Director Chief Swan to maybe join us for some clarification here. I think the initial one was very limited in the funding it sought. It was approved. I have not seen, Director Chief Swan, if that secondary request has gone up yet. I don't know if you want to come add any clarification, or you can do it from there if you like.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, just as the mayor stated, at this point we're just in a holding state. We met with some FEMA representatives this morning just to talk about debris pickup, and which has already been approved. But as far as it going anywhere else, we're still just in that waiting stage. And I know the mayor had mentioned that we will locally open up some disaster recovery centers to be able to at least give residents and those members of Davidson County resources that will be helpful. So we're all on the same boat. We're waiting, and I know Governor Lee is just as excited as we all are to get that approved so we can all get service in Tennessee. So thank you.
Are there other plans for those funds? Are there other plans for those funds?
Well, the approved already.
I guess the 28th, the one from the 28th, is that the first?
Yeah, that was. I think that was 3.75 million they allocated.
It was some. I don't have the exact number, but again, I think at this point, you know, we've all maxed out all of that was asked for or what was given. So I'm sure, not to speak for the governor and I can speak for the mayor, we all are in this boat together, and we just want to try to get the relief as quick as possible. And we're leaning on our federal assistance and our president to assist in that. So thank you.
Steve, I'll just add to that was 3.75 or roughly right around there for the whole state as well, but not something that directs assistance to individuals. So that would be what we're still waiting on. Yeah, Stacy?
Mr. Mayor, has your office extended its contract with DHA Strategy, specifically with Blake Harris, to either lobby or do crisis communication for the mayor's office between NES, the governor, or the legislature?
We did have that contract. It has been extended. It's a general purpose scenario. We know that Blake primarily was. We initiated a contract. We have a contract. Butler Snow focused primarily on the General Assembly. Blake's contract allows him to liaise with the executive branch. We know obviously the governor's office has also had an interest in making sure NES performs well, and so we've had Blake engaged in those conversations.
We also know that NES has a contract with Finn Partners to do communications. We've heard that they've subcontracted out crisis communications. Considering the poor communications we've seen and no evidence that the communication partners have been in front of the cameras or expressing people, do you think that's been a good expenditure of their money?
Hard for me to evaluate just because I don't know anything about the details of that. I'm going based on what we've seen, which, as you note, I think has been insufficient.
When you spoke with the speaker last night, did he say he wants you to call for the resignation of anyone with the board, and if the city didn't take greater steps, that the legislature would take over NES?
We didn't get into detailed steps. I think it was a bigger picture discussion about options, accountability.
Araceli?
Wondering if you've been in contact with the families of the 5 victims that passed away due to the winter storm?
I have not personally. You probably are aware there is a formal notification of next of kin process that occurs. One, wanted to be sensitive because this is a very challenging scenario where we have still been getting updates about as we look at medical examiner output, just making sure we're clear on cause of death. Was this specifically related to Winter Storm Fern? So as we get forward, we'll probably see what makes the most sense in terms of connecting with people. I know, here's what I can tell you, all of these deaths that have happened in Nashville over the past few weeks are a part of the tragedy of Winter Storm Fern, and we are going to do our very best as a city to acknowledge that.
Anything else? Yeah, go back to Stacy.
Mr. Mayor, I believe it was with Steve Miller, one of my colleagues at WSMV Board, had asked a question about if the FEMA funding didn't come through for disaster relief, we may be able to tap into a rainy day fund. Can you elaborate on what that rainy day fund is, and have we seen any preliminary estimates about what the damage cost from the storm might be at this point?
I mean, Everything I've seen is very preliminary, but the early estimates suggest we're tens of millions of dollars over, where our budget would have us. We do, as a result of work begun by Mayor Cooper, continued by our office, our starting Director of Finance, Kevin Crumbo, reinforced by current Finance Director, Janine Reed. We have strengthened our fund balance policy, but yes, it ensures that we have a significant rainy day fund available for moments just like this. Now, of course, as you heard Director Chief Swan talk about, and we know the governor is going to do this because Nashville is not the only community in Tennessee that has had significant impact from the winter storm. I think we had the most significant ice-based impact, but there's broad winter-based impact and precipitation-based impact across Tennessee. We will be aggressively pursuing the possibility of FEMA reimbursement. We're going to be relentless in pursuit of that.
Is that something before FEMA reimbursement goes in, you'd be able to tap into the rainy day fund to take care of immediate things that are needed? And would that require legislative action from the council, or are you able to move that money, as needed?
Well, for instance, one of the reasons back when we saw the first impact of the storm 2 Sundays ago, we did the disaster declaration. That was to enable us to go do some of these extraordinary expenditures. If you talk to Philip and the contracts we've had with NDOT, that was not a part of NDOT's budget for fiscal year 2026. So then if we do tap into that rainy day fund, the fund balance policy does look at a replenishment process for that. Those will all be a part of our FY27 discussions, but we'll be working carefully with Director Reed on how we do this. But there will be some timing issues involved, I'm sure, and we'll have to look at, forecast. There is some risk analysis in there with the FEMA reimbursement process.
Anything else? Yeah, Derek?
Just to be clear, because I guess I don't understand well, for the 5 victims, the government, your government, will be helping the families to the situation for...
It depends on what their needs are. In some cases, the families may just go through the grieving process and have all their needs met for everything from burial to memorial services and so forth. We do need, I think one of the hardest parts here is we know there have been other things happening as a backdrop to this. We've gotten some, this week, tough employment news, right? There are other things happening in the broader American economy. We know those are impacting Nashvillians in some cases. Winter Storm Fern has impacted Nashvillians, but you heard Director Bice talk about that rental assistance program. That money is being allocated to those who have been impacted by Winter Storm Fern. We know this tragic number of deaths, it's been tough because I've heard it could be 3 to 5 storm-related deaths, and so we're still having to do that technical analysis. But I will say my heart goes out to all 5, and if they need assistance, we're going to be working on making sure they, like everybody else, is part of this restoration process.
Yeah, did that answer your question? And certainly if they have a need, let us know so we can try to help them in any way that we can. Yeah. Steve or Araceli?
Next week, NES Metro Council will have a special meeting with NES leadership. Are you planning to be in attendance?
Araceli, I don't know that I'll attend that in person, just because very rarely do I wind up involving myself in the business of the Metro Council. Every now and then for special moments when we have a message from the mayor or something like that, we'll typically engage in that way with the vice mayor. I think this one is a joint committee process. We will very likely have appropriate staff there that have been involved in our response. I think Metro Water may be one of the organizations presenting in that committee meeting. But I'll say too, we've also met independently with NES executive leadership and board chair. We continue to engage almost daily with that process. So I don't think there's anything specific about that meeting that I will need to attend in person.
Let's do one more. We'll finish with Steve.
Can you talk about the specific, any specific assistance or financial assistance, resources for small businesses affected by the storm?
We've been evaluating that. Some of that very likely comes through the FEMA process. Very often the Small Business Administration comes in disasters like that. We have had our Office of Economic and Community Development doing some analysis of what is possible. It is not a complete program yet, but we'll hopefully, as we continue development of the Restore Nashville process, we'll have some guidance for small business there. All right, thanks all.
No.
You've been watching a live press conference out of Nashville, Tennessee, getting ready for yet more wintry weather. As we are going to enjoy our weekend weather, we're going to take a break on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. At 2:31 on a Friday afternoon on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. A lot of you are looking to the weekend, trying to get out and about. So our Majestic Storm had this report earlier on WCNC Charlotte. It's worth another go on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus.
Temperatures in the 50s today, but our friends in the mountains, you guys are seeing something quite different. Majestic.
It's a totally different forecast, Ben. We're getting them ready and prepared for very active weather starting this afternoon, but really intensifying tonight and into Saturday. We're talking about multiple inches of snow, very strong winds. I think the winds will be the most problematic part of the forecast. It's going to make it feel at times multiple degrees below zero, down to 15 below by tomorrow. Not out of the question. The biggest impacts, we're talking about accumulating snowfall for the mountains. Usually the ski resorts, you would be so excited. Maybe you still are, but the problem is those winds will be so intense. We'll be watching for drifting and blowing snow, very low visibility, but dangerously cold feel-like conditions. So it's not going to be a great weekend to be spending a lot of time outside because of how cold it will feel. This is for the mountains. Still pretty quiet out there. It feels cold. Those winds are starting to increase, but those snow showers are on the way by this afternoon and again continuing through tonight. There's that satellite and radar quiet across the Carolinas, and really it is a tale of two different forecasts because it's gorgeous here in the Queen City. There's that snow off to the north and to the west of us, and it's going to continue to track to the south. As it does so, our mountain counties, Ashwaubenon, Avery counties, get ready for another very snowy weekend. National Weather Service will keep you under winter weather advisories starting this afternoon until Still Saturday morning, at least 1 to 3 inches of snow, but I think you'll get even more than that. The biggest concern this weekend, though, up in the mountains, it'll be the wind. Not out of the question for some of those winds to gust over 50 miles an hour, especially with those high wind warnings. Drifting and blowing snow, yeah, that's problematic, but those high winds could also lead to some power outages. Or if you have things that might blow away or get damaged, make sure it's all tucked away and secure. Here comes that snow as we're heading later into the afternoon. By 2 o'clock, we'll start to see several hours of snow, several hours to accumulate that snow. By 8 o'clock tonight, I think the bulk of that system will be done with, but I do think we'll still have some light lingering snow up there. Meanwhile, for the rest of us, I told you, it is quiet. It's going to be a beautiful weekend. Very windy, though, up in the mountains. You'll make sure you'll want to stay close to our team because those winds, again, reaching over 50 miles an hour at times, not out of the question. There's early Saturday at 5 o'clock in the morning, 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Morganton, and really Saturday is going to be your very windy day. Look at what it's going to feel like. 7 o'clock waking up on Saturday, up in the mountains, 10 below. Here in Charlotte, about 20 degrees. So overall, a cold but beautiful Saturday ahead with plenty of sunshine ahead here in Charlotte, but not so much in the mountains. There's that Jerry Hunt Super Center 7-day forecast. 52 degrees today. We'll take it. A little bit cooler Saturday and Sunday, and then warming things up so nicely as we're heading towards next week. And again, WCNC Weather Impact Alert weekend starting tonight and into tomorrow for the mountains.
All right, earlier today, the DOJ had a press conference making an announcement on Benghazi suspect arrested. This press conference out of the White House from earlier today, now on Live Impact News on WCNC+. We're going to tweak the audio on that press conference from earlier. After the break, we should be able to pick it back up on Live Impact News on WCNC+. At 2:38 on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus, it is a Friday. We are counting down to Super Bowl Sunday. Look at this live shot out of California, Santa Clara in Levi's Stadium, where the Seahawks and the Patriots are going to play here on Sunday night. And you can watch the Super Bowl 60 here on WCNC Charlotte that night. You can also watch the Olympics as well. Opening ceremonies tonight on WCNC Charlotte. And so we we are Super Bowl happy and excited. We've got the fever right now. Our Eugene Robinson, playing 16 years in the NFL, you're going to make some friends, and you're going to call in those favors when you do a TV show like Charlotte Today. He talked to Brett Favre. Is that what the interview that we've got lined up? Yes, this is their conversation from an earlier episode on Charlotte Today. We'll play that for you in case you missed it on WCNC Charlotte here on The Plus.
Well, today our Super Bowl 60 spotlight features three-time NFL MVP, Super Bowl 31 champ, and Hall of Famer, my friend Mr. Brett Favre. And Brett, I want to go ahead and talk about this. Talk about the journey that the Patriots and the Seahawks have walked to get to this point.
Yeah, well, you well know, as I do, what that's like. And this time of year is the only time of year where I even consider missing the game. This is a fun time to prepare for the Super Bowl, leading up to the conference championship. It's just a different feel. I don't know how to explain it, but it is football. It's no different than the regular season, but there's just a different feel about it. And after you win the conference championship, then all the chaos. Granted, it's good chaos, but people want tickets, people want hotel rooms, getting pulled in all kinds of different directions. But it's like I said, it's a good thing. But it's just it just has a totally different feel than the rest of the season.
Absolutely.
It's a fun time.
Absolutely. So let's dig a little deeper into your position, the quarterbacks. Drake May got 31 touchdowns this year. He has almost 4,400 yards, only 8 interceptions, and his QBR is 113. On the flip side, Sam Darnold, 25 TDs, 4,000 yards, roughly 14 interceptions. His QBR right at 100. This, I think, is going to be predicated upon the quarterbacks, particularly being safe with the ball. Give me your estimation of both quarterbacks and what that looks like.
Well, you said it very clear. Drake May has played a cleaner game throughout the year than Sam. Sam's probably more like me. He'll take chances and risk that other quarterbacks wouldn't take. But I'll say this, Sam Darnold was money last night. He made some big-time throws. He didn't turn the ball over. And I think ultimately that's what won the game for him. I mean, the Rams moved the ball fairly well. They scored pretty much, I think, every quarter. And it, it had that feel like whoever has the ball last is going to win. Stafford obviously has had an unbelievable year, but Sam Darnold outplayed him last night. And if Sam Darnold plays the way he played last night, if he plays that way in the Super Bowl, I don't see them being beat by the New England Patriots.
So does any team have an edge? I know we always talk about, keeping the ball safe, make sure your defense shows up, no dumb penalties, things of that nature. So does any team have an edge as they move into this big Super Bowl?
Well, I've heard a lot of talk about Seattle is just going to just annihilate the New England Patriots. I don't see it that way. I think Seattle's got a really good team, but so does New England. Now, no one was saying that last year when they were 4-13, but that was last year. Both quarterbacks are playing exceptionally well. Drake May, like I said, has played cleaner, but they're both opportunistic on defense and stingy, and they both run the ball fairly decent. I tell you what, that kid last night for Seattle, man, I think his last name is Walker.
Walker, yes. Correct? Yes, Walker, yes.
You don't tackle. One guy does not tackle him. I mean, you better wrap him up, man, and gang tackle him. He's a heck of a player. I mean, if I had to pick, I don't know if I could pick which team I think. I think they're evenly matched, even though I don't think they're very familiar with each other. But It should make for a really good game. I think it more than anything, it'll be a fun game to watch.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great game too. This game is also going to be on our network, WCNC. So make sure you keep it here on WCNC for the Super Bowl. Now, Brett, I want to kind of pivot a little bit, and I want to talk about the Olympics. All right, for the Olympics, if you could compete in the Olympics at your prime, all right, the Winter Olympics that's coming up, what event would that be and why?
I don't know what it's called exactly, but when they come down and they jump with the ski and lean forward.
Oh, do you mean the 90 meters? The 90-meter jump?
Yeah. I don't know if I'd make 90 meters, but I'd probably do one of these.
Dude.
But I would. I mean, that's as close to flying as I would get.
So does that gunslinger mentality, that risk-taking thing, does that come into part and play as?
I'd be
as
scared, Gene. I'd be scared to death.
All right, and here's another last question for you. The Hall of Fame induction is going to happen towards the end of this week, and so there's a guy here in Carolina, Luke Kuechly, who's on the finalist list. I wonder what are your thoughts about Luke Kuechly? We know what we think about him here and how well he's played, but on that national stage and being a Hall of Famer, what do you think about Mr. Luke Kuechly?
Well, I never played against Luke, but I think he's just a heck of a football player, or was a heck of a football player, a great leader. I think he's so deserving of it, but I don't vote. So I hope he gets it. He deserves it. He's had a heck of a career. So we'll see.
Brett, thank you very much for spending some time with us, man, no doubt. And I wish you well, and looking forward to seeing you when we meet up.
I want to bring you some breaking news right now. We are following some SWAT activity. This is in Northwest Charlotte. We're just bringing you some images of the street that we don't want to give a location away as an operation is taking place right now. But heavy SWAT presence now in Northwest Charlotte that we are following on WCNC Charlotte. We will have an update later on our newscast on WCNC Charlotte News starting at 5. And we'll take a break here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. At 2:48 here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus, tensions boiling over last night at a meeting, a town hall meeting about I-77, the expansion plan involving the elevated toll lanes through Uptown. So joining us right now is Charlotte City Councilman Malcolm Graham, who was forced to end the meeting as early as residents voiced their opposition to this elevated highway design. Mr. Graham, thank you for joining us here this afternoon on such short notice. First of all, appreciate you coming in.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here again. I enjoy coming in, visiting with you guys.
Yeah, we enjoy having you here because we can break it down in a conversational style, and sort of we've got some time here in this longer format. So, what happened yesterday? Did you expect that to happen?
So what happened yesterday is we had our annual District 2 Town Hall meeting, and we talked about a wide variety of issues that impacting District 2 as well as the city of Charlotte. We talked about crime and public safety. We talked about growth in the community, our strategic area plan, the fact that Charlotte has 150 residents coming to our community each and every day. We talked about the zoning process. We talked about issues relating to growth. One of the issues, obviously, was the I-77 South, and we had a presentation from Tom Hatchett, who is a local historian. He presented last night and kind of put the issue in perspective in terms of the history of the 77 project going back to the 50s and 60s, the African Americans who lives and properties were impacted because of the construction of the original freeway. What a great time to have that conversation during Black History Month, to learn some history, to set up the discussion for the I-77 expansion, which was delivered by the North Carolina Department of Transportation. I guess the question is, did I expect what happened to occur?
Right.
First and foremost, let me state my position.
Please.
I think both options are terrible. I made that statement weeks and months ago, right? And so I stand with the neighborhood associations, the neighborhood presidents who have voiced concerns for weeks, right? And been trying to be an honest broker between them and the NCDOT, and that's why they were placed on the agenda to present at last night's meeting. I too was surprised that on Wednesday, around 7 o'clock, that NCDOT released a press release acknowledging that they had made a selection of the elevated option, which came as a surprise to me. I've been speaking with them for weeks in preparation for the town hall, and never did they tell me that they were close to making a recommendation or a decision. So I was surprised at that, and certainly I think a number of residents who came there was also surprised that they thought they were coming to voice their opinions and their concerns over two options. Now there's only one, and again, as I said earlier, even the option that I believe that they chose doesn't meet the moment or the concerns that has been expressed by many residents that I represent.
Yeah, I mean, someone said that we shouldn't have to take this, that they felt unheard. And so part of that, though, that feeling, that sentiment from residents from the area, District 2, still feel that way regardless of NCDOT's results and their release of this news, yeah?
Yeah, well, again, I can't speak for NCDOT. I'm not here to do that, right? I'm here to stand with my residents and my neighborhood leaders who have voiced concerns over both options as well. If NCDOT was here, they would say that they had a number of community outreach sessions, that they spoke with a number of individuals over the last several months. And as I told them, just because you are talking to folks and you have identified all these community touch points, are you listening to what they are telling you, right? You can have 50, 60, 100 meetings, and you can say, yes, I've checked that box, we're doing community engagement, but if you're not listening and taking into consideration what they're saying, then many people will feel that they have not been heard. They will probably say if they were here, and again, that they have heard, and that's why they chose the second option, because the second option relieves the impact on some of the neighborhoods, Lincoln Heights, McCrory Heights. It relieves some of the impact on the graveyard that was subject to be impacted, the park that was subject to be impacted. They will probably say we did listen, and so we made those. That's why we pivoted to the second option. I'm here to say that the second option itself doesn't make a whole lot of sense either, because it's visually unappealing. It would really create a concrete wall of steel and adjacent to our uptown community in terms of impacting the sight lines, environmental concerns in reference to noise and pollution, etc. And it's probably an old way of building highways that many cities are getting away from. And so there's still work to be done from my perspective. I am with the neighborhood leaders, right? And of the young folks who attended last night and voiced the fact that they were not heard, those were not my neighborhood leaders, right?
Okay, right.
Those are
were they new faces?
They were new faces to me that have swelled up on Instagram, and folks are communicating, right? My daughter said, Dad, where this is originating from. And obviously every voice matters.
Sure.
Every voice should be heard, but screaming and hollering, it's really not a way to change public policy. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not productive, although, of course, they have the right to voice their
People
opinion.
are looking at how they are behaving versus what they are saying. And what we're trying to do is have a productive conversation on a topic that has a lot of history to it. That's why Tom was there to kind of put that in perspective. And as the council member that represents the area and care about the city as a whole, as I said earlier, I too believe that both designs doesn't meet the moment, and the fact that the designs were only introduced to the community in October of last year, and now they're making a decision in February, months later, doesn't give really the time for really engaging community input and what they are looking for, this question and answering, this back and forth. And I agree with them in that sentiment that, hey.
This is a little hasty?
I think it's a little hasty. And in fact, like I said, and I told NCDOT this Wednesday, when I was at a basketball game actually, and my phone started blowing up, say, hey, NCDOT had made a recommendation. They themselves didn't call me and tell me that recommendation was made. So there's some issues in reference to transparency, and collaboration means open communication, open dialogue, and I think they missed the spot on that.
So what happens next then?
Well, two things can be true. One, that 77 South probably needs to be widened, and secondly, that it shouldn't be done on the back of Black and brown communities, and environmental impacts like noise and pollution, and having forward-thinking design that doesn't impact the visual skylines for communities, and a wide variety of other issues should be taken into consideration. And so I think we need to begin to have more conversation with NCDOT. I think people need to raise their voices in a constructive manner so that they can be heard and not seen. And I think that we need to, I certainly will have a conversation with our council, because the council as a whole has never taken this issue up, because it really doesn't fall within our lane right now. We've approved that we want the highway widened, but then it's turned over to carpool, which is an intergovernmental relations of other governing bodies working with the state to ensure that it is built. Even Carpo themselves, when they voted to do this project, never saw any designs. Right.
It seems all bizarre all the way around.
It's kind of complicated because so it's complicated, and that's what I want to leave everyone with. But we have to unwind it, have some honest conversation, and continue to communicate with NCDOT because, again, from my perspective, the elevated highway doesn't meet the moment as well.
All right, and so what is the timeline you're looking at to the next step and meeting again and having the public show up?
Well, again, the meeting last night was a District 2 Town Hall meeting, my annual meeting, right? And that was one topic of many that we discussed. Obviously, the I-77 South expansion is an issue to itself, and so I will continue to work with neighborhood leaders, continue to work with Sustain Charlotte, other individuals who have an opinion and a voice in reference to the expansion projects themselves. Again, my position is very clear. I think it stinks as well, right? And that's why I am out here trying to be a honest broker and a bridge builder where we can have constructive conversation. Certainly, I will communicate with my members of council. Ed Driggs, the chairman of the Transportation Committee, was there last night. He is also our representative from Carpo. Councilmember Mayo was there last night. Her district will be impacted by the expansion project itself on the Nations Ford Road side. The Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Mitchell, was there last night. So council members are taking notice about what is happening and what people are saying and how and when and to what extent that we can participate. But it's really Carpo. It's where folks need to be going to and voicing their concerns. And they have. For the last 2 meetings, they have gone to those meetings and made their voices heard. I was there at their December meeting as well, showing support for many of the residents who were there talking directly to the board. And I will continue to do that and be very visible and very outspoken about making sure that as a community we don't replicate the damages that we did decades ago to Black and brown communities, dividing them, and being forward thinking about what we can do as a community to ensure that we accomplish the real need of expansion, but again, not at the expense of Black and brown communities, and being forward thinking about how we design it, and being an honest broker that there will be some impact.
And that is what happens with growth, is that, you know, neighborhoods, historical, are going to see some kind of impact. And it takes a meeting of the minds, citizens, residents, and local government to make that work, right, and go forward.
And you can only do that when you have constructive conversation. And there have been, Sean Langley and others, Sean is one of my neighborhood leaders, have been working and talking and advocating for a positive outcome, as well as many other neighborhood leaders working behind the scenes, talking to me, engaging NCDOT. And so that work is being done. It's complicated work. So I don't want to leave the impression that those conversations are not being had. But it's complicated, right? And it's going to take a while.
All right. Councilmember Malcolm Graham is joining us here in the Live Impact studio following yesterday's early dismissal of your town hall. So one of those stories and situations where more to come as this remains a complicated issue. All right. Thank you so much for the conversation. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Of course. And we'll be right back on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to go over to Washington, D.C. right now, where the Department of Justice is live giving us an update kind of on everything that they've been working on so far. Let's listen in.
6 of the FBI's most wanted fugitives in 1 calendar year. To put that in perspective, that is 2 more than the entirety of the prior administration. And you cannot do that alone at the FBI. You have to have an Attorney General and a Department of Justice willing to prosecute, willing to go to the 4 corners of the earth and make sure we deliver justice. And that's what we're doing here today. I was at the airfield with U.S. Attorney Pirro earlier this morning when we did the formal foreign transfer of custody of Bakush into U.S. custody to face prosecution under her auspices and her office. And the Department of Justice are going to execute justice for the fallen. As a young prosecutor at CTS in the National Security Division, I worked on the Benghazi case. This was very near and dear and personal to me. We lost 4 brave Americans in Chris, Sean, Kyle, and Steve. And we can never, ever, ever forget them. Ever. And we will not. In order to put something like this together, it doesn't happen overnight. The FBI's hostage rescue team, the FBI's critical incident response group, our special flight operations unit, and countless others, along with the agents in the New York field office who never forgot Benghazi and never let the world forget it, endured over a decade to bring yet another terrorist who killed 4 Americans to justice. That is a relentless pursuit of mission that can only happen when you have an interagency who's willing to get after it. I'm extremely thankful to the CIA and Director Ratcliffe and our other law enforcement partners for making sure that the world knows that if you kill an American citizen in an act of terrorism, we will hunt you down. We will bring you to justice, and you will face justice here in America, not in another court and not in any other proceeding around the world, but here. You killed our own, so we are going to take it to the streets to make sure you are held accountable. Once again, I'd really like to thank the entirety of the FBI, headquarters divisions. There are so many moving pieces to actually execute a foreign transfer of custody. And now we're talking about the 7th, the 3rd in just a couple of weeks. And I don't know if that has ever happened before in U.S. history. It's happening because President Trump backs the blue. President Trump has given law enforcement the resources we need to take the fight across the world. And the Attorney General has been relentless in her mission to make sure that these victims are remembered and that we bring them some semblance of peace by bringing those who killed their loved ones to justice. It's a little full circle for me. Yes, then Director Deputy Bongino and I did sit down and said, how are we going to get this guy? How are we going to find the individual responsible for the Benghazi attacks? And we sat down with Janine Pirro, and we sat down with the AG and her team and the Deputy Attorney General, and every single day, every single week, we talked about how we would do it. And we're here today because we have an interagency that is led by superior individuals who have one shared goal: protecting America and our lives and our future. And to any others out there who wish to do harm, especially commit acts of terrorism here and around the world, this is the feat you will meet. You will not be forgotten by us. We will chase you down. And it is a privilege and an honor to be the director of the that we can give you a little bit of peace in the utmost difficult of times when you've lost loved ones. And I just want to thank President Trump for delivering that peace and that modicum of justice. Thank you, Attorney General.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Director. And it's now my honor to introduce the woman who will be prosecuting this alleged terrorist, U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro.
Thank you, Attorney General. 14 years ago, Americans watched in horror as a scene unfolded in a foreign land, in one of the most dangerous places in the world for Americans, Benghazi, Libya. An American ambassador, elite military personnel, and a State Department employee were all violently murdered. For 13 hours, the American cavalry never came. For 13 hours, they waited for help that never came. Today, President Trump is making sure that American justice is coming for those individuals responsible for the deaths of those 4 Americans. Bakush is now on U.S. soil because of the President, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and Kash Patel. The FBI, the Department of Justice, never forgot. There are prosecutors in this room right now who have been in the office for 13 years and have consistently handled this matter in this case. This department will never forget the seemingly forgotten in that outpost in Benghazi. Bakush was first charged by complaint in 2015, which was sealed for 11 years. An 8-count indictment, has been unsealed, and it charges Bakush with the murder of Ambassador Chris Stevens, the murder of State Department employee Sean Smith, the attempted murder of State Department Special Agent Scott Wickland, and conspiracy to provide materials for terrorists and support that resulted in the death of 4 Americans, as well as arson at the special mission. I don't have to go through all of the facts, but every one of us remembers this case. I reported on it when I worked at Fox. I had relationships, as Kash Patel just said, with the families. And last night, as soon as they were in custody, because of Pam and because of Kash, we had a limited unsealing order from Judge Cooper that allowed me to speak to the family members to let them know that justice was coming for Bakush. I spoke with Sean Smith's mother, who I've known for years and have communicated with for years. I spoke with Tyrone Woods' widow, Dr. Dorothy Woods. I spoke with Ambassador Chris Stevens' family, as well as Glenn Doherty's brother, Greg, as well as his widow. These were people who never expected that justice would be coming. They never knew about the determination in this room and behind me, and the incredible work of the FBI along this case for years and years, because this was something that mattered. The Benghazi saga was a painful one for Americans. It has stayed with all of us. And let me be very clear, there are more of them out there. Time will not stop us from going after these predators, no matter how long it takes, in order to fulfill our obligation to those families who suffered horrific pain at the hands of these violent terrorists. And now, I again want to tell everyone that American justice is here, that President Trump will make sure that the cavalry comes for Americans no matter where they are in this world. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions.
I'm looking, I have a on topic and an off topic. Sure. Tell us a little bit about how he was captured, where he was captured. Was he in jail for a while before? Was he at home? What can you tell us about how this all went down?
We're not going to give out a lot of the details, but I'm going to let Kash take what we can say.
Okay.
The general's right. We have to protect the integrity of the investigation and the ongoing prosecution. That's of the utmost importance. It always is, to make sure even this individual receives the constitutional protections only afforded in the United States of America. But an FTOC, a foreign transfer of custody, is executed by the FBI each and every time with special tactical assets, FBI agents, and of course medical personnel. And that was done in this instance. And the individual was apprehended and transferred over the night and into custody early this morning at an airfield. And so that's about all we can say on that matter. But in order to maintain the chain of custody, this is what the FBI does, routine, every time. It's what we did for the 6 top 10 we already captured. It's what we did for the relentless others that we continue to capture.
Was he picked up in Libya?
He was picked up overseas.
Overseas. And then if I could just ask you two quick off topics. Obviously, this terrible tragedy we're watching in Arizona with Nancy Guthrie. I understand you know Savannah Guthrie. What is the federal government doing right now? Is the FBI now leading the investigation, taking it over from the locals?
We're doing everything to assist the locals. We're working with the locals. Breaks my heart for Savannah and for her family. I know she's asked for all of our prayers. So please pray for her beautiful mom, pray for her family that she's returned home. That's all we can say about that at this time. But yeah, I've known Savannah for over 30 years, and it's breaking my heart.
If I may, there seems to be a little confusion with DNI Gabbard was down in Atlanta last week for the Fulton County search. Originally, this office said that she was not part of the investigation. She put in a letter to Congress that President Trump directed her to do so. And then now President Trump yesterday said that it was at your insistence that she went down there. So what is the case here?
Yeah, thanks for asking that. It's that's interesting because DNI Gabbard and I are inseparable. We are constantly together, as are the people behind us. We constantly talk, we collaborate as a cabinet. We're all extremely close, know what each other, what we're doing at all times pretty much to keep not only our country safe, but our world safe. And she was down there with Deputy Director Andrew Bailey of the FBI. And I'm not going to talk about any other details of that matter right now because Georgia's a very important issue to us. She was there. We're inseparable. That's all I'll say.
Mike, NBC. Can you say, was there foreign involvement in the capture of this suspect? What kind of assistance did you get from other countries?
I'm going to let Director Patel take that. I think we're not going to be able to say a lot on that matter as well. But and to you personally, I'm so sorry you and your NBC family are going through this right now.
We appreciate it.
As the general said,
You just heard Department of Justice right there. They were talking about several issues. One in particular is that Guthrie case right there. They said that they're doing everything that they can to assist the local government with that. So we will continue to monitor that and see what else they have to say in Washington, D.C. But we're going to switch gears right now. We do have a doctor, a sports medicine doctor from Novant Health, who is joining us right now, Dr. Peyton Fennell. And he is here to talk a little bit about what happened with Lindsey Vonn. She is the skier, the United States skier, who ruptured her ACL on January 30th. She was going down and she's racing in the Winter Olympics. Doctor, thank you so much for being with us today.
Great. Thank you for having me.
Okay, so, I saw her go down training this morning. She looked absolutely great. First of all, can you tell us what a ruptured ACL is and what kind of hurts and what you can and cannot do with that?
Sure. So the ACL is a ligament within the knee. It works as a stabilizer to the knee. So there's 4 main stabilizers in the form of ligaments, but there's other things that stabilize the knee. You have different complexes as well as the surrounding musculature to the area. So the ACL is just one of those ligaments, and it gets the most publicity because most of us who watch sports, every time, announcers will say all the time, we hope it's not the ACL that just got torn because that's season ending. And so, it is a very impactful ligament as far as structure goes to the knee.
I know that, we did see her skiing today. She does, like I said, look pretty good. Vonn is 41 years old. She's the oldest skier to compete in these games. Does age have anything to do with this injury and maybe how it can be repaired?
Yes. So when you look at, when I evaluate patients and I hear these stories, what I look at is the level of the athlete themselves, right? So professional to elite, as Lindsey Vonn is, to just the amateur kind of weekend athlete as they get older in age. And so, when we talk about age with these injuries, age does play a factor, but it plays a factor in a very different way. Because to me, age is just a number. It's what have you done up into that point at your age that will kind of dictate how we treat this and how we have to potentially repair it going forward.
We also know that she does have 2 prior ACL injuries. Is that going to affect this injury as well?
Sure. So that the prior injuries on the other side, right, of the right knee, and the skiing is what we consider a level 1 or high risk sport, and so especially the skiing to the level that she does, and so that kind of puts her in a very different category compared to just a skier who might head up to the mountains for the weekend, and so. Right, so with that, there are risks that are associated with that. So knowing that not only did she tear the right side, but now she has done the left side, that's a testament to the kind of skiing that she does.
And then what are some things, she should be doing to make it her best games, just giving it rest or what do you think?
Right, so to me, I look at this and I say, it's everything that she's done to this point is all going to take factor in what she does moving forward, right? So we saw that she did her practice run earlier today, and she did phenomenal when she did it, right? So to me, that is a testament of the discipline and the training that she's had over the years that has allowed her to do this. She's at her level, she gets the opportunity to really fine-tune some of the things that the average person wouldn't get to do. She understands not only that the training, every rep that she's done, every set that she has done, every time she has, had supplementation, any intervention, therapy, all of that has essentially culminated to allow her to do what she is going to attempt to do over this next week.
Awesome. And, I know folks at home, even though this may look super easy for her, right? Just a reminder to the average Joe Schmo that you probably can't get right up and go down, a hill or something like that.
That's right. And so, yeah, I mean, she's been training her whole life for this. I mean, this goes with any athlete, right? I mean, not only just the 41-year-olds like Lindsey Vonn, but any athlete, even athletes in their 20s, right? It's a combination of diet, exercise, interventions, working on the muscles both above and below each of the joints to help with stabilization. I mean, all this will play a factor going forward. Not only that, but also trust that she, trusts her providers, trusts her trainers, like those around her, that her body's going to respond the way that we want it to. Following an injury like this, there's so many changes that she has to adapt to. The first thing is her muscle output surrounding the area is going to have to engage a little harder than perhaps it would have without this injury to help provide stabilization. Her neurological system, meaning the feedback that she gets from the nerves from her knee that travel to her brain, and then the brain signals down to allow her to maintain the integrity of it so that she doesn't injure herself even further. All of these are going to play a part in how she does over this next week.
All right. We'll be definitely watching her closely, cheering her on. Dr. Fennell, thank you so much for joining us on Live Impact News.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. And we're going to take a quick 2-minute break, but keep it right here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus.
Welcome back to Live Impact News. Time right now is 3:26, and listen, it is going to be Super Bowl Sunday. It's going to be right here on WCNC, so make sure to tune in. Jeb, I really need to know, who are you rooting for?
I am a diehard San Francisco 49ers fan.
Yep, okay.
So as much as it pains me to say, I'm rooting for the Patriots because I hate the Seahawks. But I want to be on record as saying I will be shocked, absolutely blown away, if the Seahawks do not win the Super Bowl this year.
Oh, yeah, me too. I obviously, if you don't know, now you know, Buffalo Bills, baby. I mean, obviously we're cursed in some sort of way because every year we try to get there and we don't. We can't even make it to the Super Bowl. But it's been a long road for me. But I do have to say I'm rooting for the Seahawks because I mean, listen, I like Drake May. He's fine, whatever. But I just don't feel like the Patriots need to get there before us once again. And Stephon Diggs, I just hate to see him going.
Some bad blood.
Yeah, there's some bad blood there, which is, he was out in a press conference saying, I have love for Buffalo, all that stuff. But you know what? Okay, whatever. So here to talk a little bit about football, who knows it best, is Eugene Robinson and former Indianapolis head coach. So let's take a listen in.
Well, our Super Bowl 60 Spotlight features Super Bowl 41 winning coach and NBC broadcaster, Mr. Coach Tony Dungy. Tony, thank you, Coach, for being here. Coach, I want to start with this too, right? Because I know that NBC has the Super Bowl game. What does your prep look like as you get ready for this game?
Well, it's exciting. Whenever we have the game, it just goes off the charts in terms of what we get to do. So I'm actually headed from here. When I finish with you, I'm going to Seattle. I'll spend a couple of days with the Seahawks team. We'll interview their coaches, their players, their staff, just talk about the things leading up to the Super Bowl. And then we go out there for a week, and we're going to hit a lot of the spots in San Francisco. We'll be at Alcatraz. We'll be at the Golden Gate Bridge, some of those spots, just letting people know about the city. And then as we get close to the game time, we focus in on the two teams and what they're going through, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Coach, you've already done a Super Bowl. You've already won a Super Bowl as a coach. Coach, I want to go with this. What does it look like? Give us a quick synopsis of what does it look like for the coaches, the players, family, friends, as they approach the Super Bowl, and what the timeline is, tickets, all that stuff.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Eugene, Super Bowl 13, which was, I guess, 47 years ago, I played in that for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it was a big game, but it was nothing like it is now. We pretty much stayed on the same routine. We went down, we practiced, we played the game, and we enjoyed it. Well, when I went back 28 years later as a coach in Super Bowl 41, I could not believe the difference and the things that the players had to go through. So our big thing was, how are we going to prepare? We spent a week in Indianapolis, actually going on our game plan, doing our practice sessions, getting ready, and then we flew down to Miami. And then you have all the things that go along with it. I wanted our players to enjoy the journey. And so I basically told Edgerrin James, you've got them on Monday and Tuesday. We're not going to have any curfew. You guys do what you want. We'll get ready to go and start our preparation on Wednesday. But then on Wednesday, we tried to lock in and get ready for the game and really get back on that routine Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, which is the normal routine for the players.
Coach, I want to talk about the different paths of the quarterbacks here. First one, the rise of Drake May. His quarterback rating 113. He was just absolutely super duper outstanding, there's no doubt. And then Sam Darnold, this resurgence of Sam Darnold. So tell me about the two paths of these quarterbacks as they approach this game.
Yeah, really two unique stories. Clyde Christensen was my tight end coach and been on my staff for many, many years with Tampa and Indianapolis. He coached a lot of great players. Well, he was at University of North Carolina 2 years ago, and he introduced me to Drake May, and he told me at the time, he said, this is the best quarterback in the draft. You're going to hear about Caleb Williams. You're going to hear about Jaden Daniels, all these players. I'm telling you, Drake May is the best quarterback in this draft. I watched him just for about 45 minutes in the weight room, and all of his players just coming around him, talking to him, gravitating to him. You could see he was a natural leader. Well, Clyde was right. He's been fantastic, and really in his second year, just coming on and taking that leadership mantle, doing the things, leading the league in percentage, making big plays for them, but actually being the leader. Sam Darnold came out with the same type of exposure, high pick in the draft, but with the Jets, and really didn't have that success early. And so kind of got labeled a bust. Well, he leaves there and he goes to Minnesota. And Kevin O'Connell is a quarterback guru. And he learned under Kevin, got his confidence back, and played a year in Minnesota that was fantastic football. And last year in the playoffs, didn't have a great game against the Rams. And people said, oh, well, this is the Sam Darnold that we knew in New York. He's not very good. He had to fight through that again. Well, someone in Seattle saw something they liked. They went after him and said, he's our guy. And he has been the leader for them. He and Drake May both the unquestioned leaders on their team, and they have just played dynamic football all the way through the season, and especially in the playoffs. And it's going to be fun to watch them Super Bowl Sunday.
Coach, if a team is going to win this game, what needs to happen for the victor? And who's going to win this game?
Both of these teams have very good defensive fronts, and they both in the playoffs have limited the other team's running. These quarterbacks are very good, but they can't do it by themselves. I think the team that gets their running game going is going to be the team that wins. So for New England, they've kind of got a two-headed monster. Ramondre Stevenson and, the rookie running back Henderson from Ohio State. Different styles. Stevenson, banger inside. Henderson, the great speed to get outside. If they can get going, that really helps the quarterback. And then for Seattle, they had the two-headed monster going, and then Charbonnet got hurt. So now it's really fallen on Kenneth Walker, and he's been outstanding. But both of these defenses have done a great job of shutting down the other team's run, put it all on the quarterback so that they could just tee off and rush the passer. I really think those running backs are going to be the key to victory.
Any predictions? Because I think it's going to be a close game, and it can swing either way based on the run and if you can make a defensive stop.
That's going to be the key. And both of these teams have just come up big when they've needed it. Seattle has played very, very good football in December and January in the playoffs. New England just seems to do enough to win. Whatever it takes, they've been able to do it. They have great confidence. I don't know who I'm going to pick, but it's hard to pick against New England because week after week they've been able to make the play that's been needed to win the game.
Okay, Coach. Thank you, Coach. And off the beaten path, I want to move to another subject, the Olympics. NBC has the Olympics. If you could compete in the Olympics and go back, 30, 40, 50 years yourself, Coach, and at your peak ability, what event in the Olympics would you participate in and compete in?
Well, for me, Eugene, it would be ice hockey, men's hockey. I went to the University of Minnesota. We had a great hockey program. 1980, the Miracle on Ice, Herb Brooks, the Olympic coach, was our hockey coach at the University of Minnesota. He always used to tease me, come on out, skate with us a little bit. You can play right wing. Well, 5 of my classmates were on that gold medal winning hockey team, and Coach Brooks did a phenomenal job. So if I could ever step into an Olympic role, it would be right wing on the hockey team.
Coach, thank you very, very much. Coach, safe travels as you head out to Seattle and then out to California. And once again, thank you for being so gracious and able to talk to us again, Coach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's going to be a great one. We're excited at NBC, and I think we're going to have a great Super Bowl.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but keep it right here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News right here on WCNC Plus. We're going to head over to Washington, D.C. right now as Pam Bondi is presenting a Purple Heart to Deputy United States Marshal Louis Andy Deacon and his canine Rocky for what they did back in Florida in 2013. So let's take a listen in.
She's very generous with the Marshal Service, law enforcement in general, the support that she has given. Law enforcement is unprecedented, and I certainly don't take it for granted. I appreciate all the support he gives us. That being said, I'm honored to be here in this building. So I'll start with my remarks, which it is an honor to be here with you today in this symbolic building as we recognize the bravery of Deputy United States Marshal Andy Deacon and Canine Officer Rocky. Their story, the way in which they face down extreme danger to protect others, represents the United States Marshal Service's 236-year heritage of courage and sacrifice. As director of this legendary agency, it is such a privilege to represent the finest team of law enforcement organizational specialists. I wish to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi again for her steadfast support for our agency throughout her tenure. She initiated this special presentation to highlight the remarkable achievements of Andy and Rocky in courageously tracking down, confronting, and neutralizing the killer of our task force officer, Sheriff Deputy Jesus Vargas. There were several heroes that day. Just over a year ago, and I want to thank them all, including Deputy U.S. Marshal Frank Newsom, who, as well as being key to discovering the fugitive, was also Rocky's handler, or as he says, he's Rocky's driver. Deputy Newsom helped prepare Rocky for this type of life-saving event and oversaw Rocky's full recovery from 2 brutal gunshot wounds. I will now share the details of the incident. On January 15, 2025, Missouri County Deputy Jesus Vargas was tragically shot and killed in the line of duty. Deputy Vargas was working in downtown Houston attempting to apprehend a violent fugitive named Robert Lee Davis. Upon locating and approaching Davis, Deputy Vargas was immediately shot. Davis fled the scene on foot. Soon after, calls for assistance were received throughout the surrounding Houston area. As a result, Deputy U.S. Marshals Frank Newsom and Andy Deacon and Tactical Canine Officer Rocky responded to the immediate area and offered assistance in locating the subject. Frank, Rocky, and Andy integrated with other law enforcement elements and began searching local points of interest. This effort continued into the late afternoon until such time that all current leads had been exhausted. The command post was preparing to be relocated and supporting personnel were preparing to widen the search box in hopes of discovering new information. It was at this point that the team discussed returning to the initial crime scene and conducting one additional search of the immediate area. This plan led the team to the rear of the shopping complex where the initial shooting occurred. Starting at one end and working to the other, the team began searching the area, including multiple dumpsters along the route. Approximately halfway down the stretch, Deputy U.S. Marshal Newsom placed Rocky into a dumpster in order to search the container that was full of boxes and debris. Upon entering, Rocky alerted to something within the container and began working himself closer to the source. Soon, Rocky located the fugitive hiding beneath the debris. Once Davis became aware of his discovery, he immediately fired at the team and struck Rocky twice. Deputy Deacon, along with the assistance of others, immediately returned fire, striking and killing Davis at the scene. There is no doubt that this immediate response saved the lives of officers in the immediate vicinity, as well as those who would have encountered Davis at a later time. Rocky was immediately pulled from the container and provided emergency medical treatment. The team carried Rocky to the front of the shopping complex where they were met by other first responders and a helicopter that provided emergency transport to a local vet. Rocky suffered 2 critical gunshot wounds, one to the nose and the other to his torso, while Deputy Deacon suffered shrapnel to his arm. Canine Rocky received multiple operations over the next 2 days. During this time, Deputy Newsom remained at his side, sleeping on the floor along with Deputy Deacon and other Special Operation Group team members. There is no doubt that the immediate actions of these individuals, as well as the emergency medical intervention, saved the lives of officers as well as Rocky himself. Several actions on that day were commendable, especially when considering that this team had been pursuing the dangerous killer throughout the day. Their exhaustion and disappointment must have been trying, but they kept up their search. The risk they took to ferret out the fugitive inside the dark tomb-like dumpster, having limited means to self-protection under the circumstances, is the testament to their determination to get the vicious killer before more harm could come to the Houston community. I am also amazed at the fact that although Deputy Deacon sustained wounds from shrapnel, some of which is still in his arm, he returned to work immediately. Andy Deacon has become even more of a legend in D.C. The headquarters team remembers his terrible injuries on a prior shooting, having survived a brutal assault while serving an arrest warrant. They kept up on his stages of recovery, and he underwent 14 surgeries over 2 years, and were inspired by his eagerness to return to work once he was able to shoot again. Andy is now part of an elite full-time Special Operations Group team in Texas. Similarly, Rocky returned to service once his extensive wounds to his nose and chest healed. He was able to pass simulations to ensure that he would be just as reliable, courageous, and effective in future assignments. I am proud of the way our team quickly and tenaciously responded on that tragic day to locate Task Force Officer Vargas's killer. This example is a tribute to all those who serve and have served in our sacred mission. In closing, let us not forget that our 2-legged and 4-legged officers alike are out on the street every day making our nation safe. We are so grateful for all you do to keep our community safe and are proud of how you look after one another during these dangerous operations. I would now like to present them with their Purple Heart Award. There we go. Canine Rocky.
He will treasure this crown. It will hang proudly above his chest.
It comes with a leash so we can crown.
You want to bring him in over the middle?
Bring him in the middle.
Yeah, come in the middle. Let's bring him back over so we see the dog.
Right.
There you go. Get right here, right over the camera. Okay, right here, Coach.
And this handsome canine, as you can see, has a scar on his nose, and he is back to work actively, fighting to keep all of us safe. I've always said as a career prosecutor, one of the most dangerous things you can do is serve a search warrant on a fugitive, because they have nothing to lose, especially the violent ones. And that's why not only our incredible marshals at the leadership of you, Gaddy, thank you, with your leadership, he looks a little nervous. These beautiful canines also are there. And think how many lives he probably saved that day, because that fugitive was armed. And we have some videos also that we can give you to take back to show you how they're trained and the remarkable work that they do. But this is Rocky.
He really wants that.
And now for
He wants us really bad. Yeah, it's so bad.
We can't. His driver is shaking.
Hold it. You can. Hold on. Do it.
So Andy was one of my deputies when I was a marshal on the Southern Mission of Florida. So, no stranger to his bravery and his great work. We're truly honored to have a deputy of his caliber in our agency, and really appreciate it.
Thank you. We all appreciate you, and he showed me his injuries on his hand, and he's back to work. And, as Gaddy said, he suffered 2 serious injuries, and you're back fighting to keep all of us safe every single day. Thank you for your sacrifice and for your service to our country.
Thank you. The third one, I got 2 promotion, right?
Shoot your shot. Good timing.
Promotion, if I can say one thing with media here, just coincidentally to this, we just rescued as part of a horrible puppy mill that's going on in another state. There are 97 German Shepherd purebred puppies at Big Dog Ranch that need homes. One of our lawyers, Henry Whitaker, has adopted one. We have a Secret Service agent who went back with his 2 daughters, adopted one. We have lots of beautiful purebred shepherd puppies that need homes, and they are amazing. They're smart, they're kind, well-trained, and so please consider adopting a shepherd. Big Dog Ranch. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, good. Oh, good. All right. Thank you all. Thank you for coming.
All right, you're watching live Impact News on WCNC Plus. That was Pam Bondi, our Attorney General, presenting a Purple Heart to Deputy U.S. Marshal. We're going to take a quick break, I should say, and then we're going to be right back after this. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Thanks so much for staying with us or joining us if you are just turning us on right now. We're going to send it on over to Texas because Representative Joaquin Castro is talking about his visit to a South Texas ICE processing center. So we're going to listen to what he experienced there. So let's take a listen in.
So those are some of the issues that we're talking about here. On the 64 men per room, in that room, they had 3 toilets, 2 urinals, and 3 showers for 64 people. So those were the conditions there. With respect to the Texas National Guard, so for months, Governor Abbott kept secret his deployment of the Texas National Guard to detention centers across Texas. The Guard today confirmed for me that there are about 600 guardsmen, Texas National Guardsmen, who are in detention centers across Texas. And there was first a wave of what are considered voluntary deployments, those folks who had essentially volunteered for the next assignment and ended up in a detention center as their deployment. And those who were involuntarily assigned, those who were called up. That unit, Task Force Osprey, I believe, was called up in September. So in September, you had a bunch of people who were involuntarily called up for duty. That was my understanding. Again, if y'all wish to verify that with the governor's office, then of course you should. But that was my best understanding of what they said about the months-long deployment now of Texas National Guard into these detention centers. They are doing all this administrative work with the detention officers. They're helping on deportation work. And without their work, without that support, this whole operation with ICE would not exist the way that it does. So Greg Abbott is actively supporting and enabling all of the violence and the brazen unconstitutional behavior that you see out on the streets with ICE. He's doing that by providing support at the detention centers so more ICE agents can go out into the street in places like Minneapolis, but also into cities like San Antonio, where just yesterday, ICE agents invaded the home of U.S. citizens, roughed up one of the homeowners, and then left. We saw a similar situation in Donna, Texas recently. So Governor Abbott has a lot of explaining to do to the people of Texas about why he's enabling a corrupt, lawless ICE operation. It should also be said that he's not willing to stand up to President Trump and protect Texans. In San Antonio yesterday, U.S. citizens got roughed up. A U.S. citizen got roughed up by ICE agents who barged into their home with no warrant. And Governor Abbott, as far as I can tell, has not said a word about it. He's so weak that he can't stand up for his own people. That is, kind of the rundown right now of everything. I'm trying to look through our notes to see if there's anything else that I wanted to point out. On the Geo Group part, folks complained that a lot of the phones, the iPads, and other physical infrastructure there, that they're not working. We also saw a few elderly men with walkers who were locked up over there. I think I mentioned the woman in dialysis who was getting dialysis, who was made fun of by the guards. And so just a lot of awful stories about what's going on in that private prison. All right, y'all, I may have some more to chime in, but be glad to take some questions if y'all have them.
Megan, I'll kick it to you at Ken's.
Hi, thanks so much, Congressman. You just mentioned there the raid that happened, or what appeared to be a raid in San Antonio, and you had posted on social media calling for an investigation. Have you learned any more details about what took place yesterday morning?
We have not learned any more details about the home invasion by ICE agents yesterday in San Antonio. I directly asked the chief of staff to the field director of ICE today about that raid. He said that he was unaware of it or hadn't seen it, but I asked him to provide an explanation about exactly what happened. I think San Antonians, and we've already heard from folks, they're extremely alarmed about what they saw. That kind of lawless behavior, no judicial warrant at all, and they barge into that house and then they start roughing somebody up. I still don't know where it happened in San Antonio. If y'all know, then please let us know. We've been obviously running around trying to get ready for this visit and everything, but I'd like to know. We'd love to hear in our office. I would like to hear from those people, the homeowners, who were invaded like that into their home by ICE agents.
Luis, I'll go to you, and when you're done, go off cam. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, I think you're on mute.
You're on mute.
Hola, Luis, acá de Frente al Mundo. Quería preguntarle, sabemos que hay varios menores de edad que se encuentran detenidos junto con sus padres o madres en diferentes centros, pero ¿por qué las autoridades locales y estatales, los líderes estatales, se concentran mucho más en Lía?
Why are they allowing for that?
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's a good question. And I think that you ought to ask these folks, how they're making arrangements for the folks who are in detention. Even at the detention center at Stipsy, there was a man who was picked up with his father when they were doing construction work, I believe. And his father was being kept in basically...
Representative Joaquin Castro right there talking about conditions he visited in South Texas from that ICE processing center. The time now is 4 o'clock, and we're actually going to stay right here streaming because obviously we have those very fun Olympics happening on NBC, but keep it right here as we do stream for you at this 4 o'clock hour. We're going to be giving you news, breaking news, updates, traffic updates, weather. So keep it right here. Okay, we're going to toss it over right now to Julie Kay. She is in Northwest Charlotte. There, a woman was shot and killed outside of Bank of America, and she's off in Northwest Charlotte, like I said. Julie, what do we know so far? Is there a scene present?
Yeah, Megan, this has really been kind of a whirlwind of a day. Right now, the Bank of America is back open after a woman was found shot and killed in their parking lot. Now, again, I want to remind everyone that police have said it's not connected to either of these businesses. Like you said, we're in Northwest Charlotte. So this Bank of America, so I mean, it's in ABC. Walmart, if you're familiar with this area off Calabridge Lane, but none of the businesses, they say, are connected to this. Nothing happened. Too is we don't have an identity of the victim. We don't have a suspect. We don't have any information about arrest. We don't have any sort of motive for why this happened. We did get a chance to speak with the major on scene around noon, and we were asking some of these questions like, what led up to this? Was the bank involved in this at all? Was this some sort of robbery element to this? And they really don't want to jump the gun and make any sort of assumptions at this point because they are still investigating. And again, this happened around 10:30 this morning. That was the initial call. We got here right afterwards, and the scene lasted for many hours. We saw CSI, we saw CMPD, we saw fire, we saw medic, who were the ones who eventually pronounced this woman dead at the scene. And so it was really obviously a heartbreaking scene anytime you have a murder like this, but particularly in broad daylight with no reason clear immediately in a very busy area, very busy commercial area. I do want to say though, Megan, is that they do believe this to be an isolated incident, that there is no threat to the public at this time. So some small sliver of good news for the rest of the public tonight.
Right. Julie Kay in Northwest Charlotte for us. Julie, thank you so much. I know you're going to be back on 5 and 6, so thank you so much. All right, we're going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Thanks so much for joining us in this 4 o'clock hour. We're going to throw it on back to Texas, where Representative Joaquin Castro, he went to South Texas and he went to an ICE processing center. He's taking questions right now from the media.
Thanks, Sanford. I'm going to kick it to Univision.
Congresista, ¿me escucha? Buenas tardes. Thank you for the opportunity, sir. Le voy a hablar un poco más acerca de lo que fue la acción ayer de oficiales armados que tenían digamos, de chaleco que decía policía, que se identificaron según la familia, porque hablamos con ellos, la familia de San Antonio, de que se identificaron primero como el FBI, luego pensaron que era ICE, no tenían una orden de arresto. Hablar de la legalidad de esto y qué va a pasar o qué piensan hacer ustedes con esta acción, que esta familia pues está asustada, tiene miedo de volver a su casa y es una situación que ellos pues la catalogan de terror.
They were legal residents or they had permission to be in the country?
Yes, ellos son Americans. Yeah.
Are you talking about the home invasion yesterday?
Yes, sir, that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, listen, there is no rational way to explain that. There is no American way to explain that. What we saw on that video was a scene out of Russia. These federal agents barging into their house with no warrant and moving around, moving people around wherever they want, refusing to leave, and then roughing up somebody at the house. But I think it's important for San Antonians to realize that this is what Donald Trump has done to America. And this is what Governor Greg Abbott is supporting in Texas. When he says that he supports ICE, that he wants to help ICE, which he's doing, these are the kinds of operations that he's supporting that are terrorizing U.S. citizens.
Sir, y rápido, acerca del sarampión dentro de Dili, porque tenemos a alguien adentro que entrevistamos, dice que no ve ningún protocolo acerca del sarampión.
There's no protocol on what?
About the measles, the sarampión inside of the Dili detention center.
Yeah, last week after we had put in notice as members of Congress to go back to Dili, then about a day or so after that, we got a notice that, hey, you can't go back because there's 2 measles cases. And so then I go out and I say, well, if there's measles cases, I just saw this facility and it's not in any condition, doesn't have the capacity to contain a measles outbreak or to treat people with measles safely. There's 12 people per room, multiple families in a room. And then a few days later, the state of Texas comes out and says, oh, actually, the measles cases have been resolved. There's no measles outbreak. So I don't know whether they were telling the truth about measles cases or not. But for them not to put in place any protocols or any safeguards is highly irresponsible.
Thank you, sir.
Erica, kick it to you at KSAT.
Thank you, Catherine. Congressman, we actually did hear from the governor's office today about several different things, including local activists asking for people not to go to Fiesta and Rodeo this year for the fear of ICE conducting sweeps at public events. What can you say to San Antonians, especially, that a lot of them are in fear right now, American citizen or not, about going out to public events? What can you say to them to maybe, I don't know, calm these fears or just be aware of what's going on?
I want people to know that if they have issues with immigration or are fearful for some reason, that they can reach out to us and reach out to me in my office. But secondly, I'm sorry that as Americans and as San Antonians that it's come to this, that we have a president and a governor who have supported and enabled the kind of activity that we're seeing. And I love Fiesta. I know, the whole city likes to have wonderful party in April, and the rodeo is always super popular in February. But we have heard stories of people not only not going to big events like that, but no longer going to the grocery store or their favorite restaurant or going to shop at the mall. And I keep seeing in San Antonio restaurant after restaurant that's closing its doors. And I'll tell you, some part of it, may not be all of it, but some part of it is because of what's going on with immigration enforcement and the reckless, often illegal way that it's being done. So, I'm sorry that we're living through this period in the United States. I consider it an ugly period in American history, but please let us know if we can be helpful to you or your family if you have these concerns.
Colleen at the Tribune, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Congressman. Thank you for taking the time to take our questions. I have two. First, the child was reportedly self-harmed this week at Dilley. I don't know if you could share some more information on what you know and what kind of oversight for these kind of situations are in place there. And then, as you're flagging these concerns about overcrowding at facilities with inhumane conditions. At the same time, the administration is seeking to expand facilities in Texas. What are your concerns as they're hoping to obtain these massive warehouses to multiply detention beds in Texas?
No city in America should support the creation, the development of these ICE warehouses. And I know residents in San Antonio are speaking up and fighting back. This operation by ICE is already lawless. It's already resulted in the killing of Americans. It's resulted in the home invasion of many more Americans. It's resulted in U.S. citizens being detained and deported. And so because it's operating beyond the law, I don't believe that ICE should get another dime. I don't think the Congress should give it any more money. And I don't think that any city should allow, to the extent they can control it, should allow for the building of any ICE warehouses within their jurisdiction.
And then regarding the child at Dilley, would you be able to talk just on what you know about that situation and what kind of oversight guardrails are there?
My staff spoke earlier in the week with Eric Lee, I believe, the attorney, who posted about the case, about the 13-year-old girl. I don't personally know or independently know the details of it, but when we visited Dilley, there were so many parents who talked about how severely depressed their children were. Several of them said that their kids had lost a lot of weight because they hadn't been eating and they were despondent. Liam himself, his dad had said, was despondent and depressed. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that there have been instances of self-harm at the Dilley facility.
Thank you.
Alicia with Ken's.
Hi, Congressman Castro. Thank you very much for your time. My question, were there any parts of the facility that you were not allowed to see? And then my just follow up, what happens from here? Are you going to call for any sort of investigation, a shutdown, or more oversights of these facilities? Like, what can be done right away, sir?
Sure. I was there about 2.5 hours at Stipsy and was given an inspection tour and was able to see all the parts of the facility that I needed to see. The one area that we didn't go into was the women's confinement area. We saw the men. Now, there were women that came to speak with me because they put up a sign-up sheet to see who wants to speak to the members of Congress that are showing up that day. And so, but I did not ever see the women's confinement area. So that's the one area. Now, because we were seeing so much, I want to be honest, I didn't specifically say, hey, we just saw the guys, where's the women's? but that's the one area that I didn't get a chance to see. Of course, it's a huge facility, and so you run up against a time crunch because I was meeting with individual people. I was meeting with the Texas National Guard. We went into the courtroom for a bit to watch some of the proceedings, so it was a lot.
And real quick, Congressman, what happens next? Are you going to call for an investigation to shut down more oversight of these facilities? People might be asking what can be done right away to possibly change conditions.
There should absolutely be oversight of these facilities. Congress should not give another dime to ICE until it stops the constitutional violations and also operates these facilities more in line with the law. At Dilley, for example, they're keeping kids well beyond the 20 days of the Flores settlement. And so right now, ICE doesn't deserve more money. I have spoken with Ranking Member Robert Garcia, who's a ranking member of the Oversight Committee in the House of Representatives, and I let him know that I want to have a longer conversation about Dilley and other facilities in Texas. I believe that Democrats will be in the majority after January, and it's my intention to ask the chair at that time of the Oversight Committee to have full hearings about these facilities.
Jasmine at the Times, go ahead.
Hi, Congressman. I was wondering if you could update us on Liam's case. I know he had a hearing today. I was wondering if you'd been in touch with them since that hearing this afternoon. And then if you could just comment just in general about that case. The government has filed this pretermission motion to end the asylum claim as it's doing with on a lot of these asylum cases. So if you could speak to that case at all, greatly appreciate it.
That young boy has been through hell. And the Trump administration keeps picking on him. They won't leave him alone. And America spoke up with a strong and clear voice to release him, to free him to go home. And so I was proud to be able to escort he and his father back to Minnesota last weekend. They should leave Liam alone. His family came in legally through the asylum process. And when I left the Dilley Detention Center, one of the ICE officers explained to me that his father was on a 1-year parole in place, permission. And so they should allow that to continue. They don't have a criminal record, they're not a threat to the community. His mom is 4 months pregnant and had a medical emergency when she found out the news about Liam and Adrian, his father, being taken in. So they're in a very, very vulnerable situation right now, and they ought to be allowed to stay in Minnesota while their case is being heard.
And any update on that hearing today? Have you heard?
We haven't. No, we just got back from Pearsall just a little bit ago. But we've been in contact with his lawyer this morning, and I was meaning this week to check in with his mom. I hadn't bothered them since I dropped him off on Sunday morning because it's just been crazy for him. So I wanted to give him some time and space. But I will check in with the family directly. But we'll do that after this call.
Thank you.
Nancy at the Express News.
Hi, Congressman. Can you tell us, I have a few questions. Can you tell us if any other elected officials ended up participating today in your visit? And did anyone from your office or their office take photos while you were there? If so, can you share them?
Maxine Dexter, a Congresswoman from Oregon, joined me today. And there will be more members of Congress who will come back to visit Dilley in the near future. With respect to photos, we did get some photos from outside the facility, but we didn't get any photos from inside. No.
Is that because, did you just decide not to take them or didn't think about it, or are you just not allowed to do that?
You're not allowed to.
Okay. You mentioned that in your Facebook live stream after your visit that you spoke with the National Guard captain and lieutenant. But were you able to speak with, and I'm sorry if you did say this, but I don't think I heard it. Were you able to speak with actually, just Guard members, just enlisted members? And if so, what did they say?
I was not actually. I asked to speak to members of the Texas National Guard and was told that the representatives from the Guard would be there to meet with me. And so I met with them for about 20 minutes in a conference room in the facility.
Okay. And when you saw the members of the Guard, were they all in plain clothes, civilian clothes?
They were in plain clothes, and I asked them about that. And the captain agreed that that was very unusual. It was kind of a unique mission, I think were his words. They have said that camouflaging is for safety. But at the same time, remember, these are folks who, if they were deployed into a war zone or overseas in a war zone, they would be in uniform and not in civilian clothes. And so I don't believe that this situation is more dangerous than a deployment in a war zone.
Okay. And I'll leave this for my last question, although, I always have a lot of questions. What was the demeanor of the immigrants who you spoke to? You talked about some of their stories were heartbreaking, but, once they saw you, what was their mood? How were they acting?
They're desperate. The detainees are desperate either to get back to their families and their life that they've built here. Some of them, they're desperate to go back home because they've been there so long and have agreed to be deported, and they're still being held. So it's a lot of desperation. Some of them recognize me because I helped on Liam's case, and they do have one television per room or whatever it is. But I would say desperation. There were people there. There was one guy who started yelling from across the room that he had a visa originally to be in the United States and didn't commit a crime and had been in Florida. And so it was just a lot of people that wanted to share their stories.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then one more question from Univision, and we're going to have to wrap it up. I do want to flag for folks on the call, I'm recording this, and I'm going to send a Google link to all of you who RSVP'd with me, so you guys have that recording. All right, Univision, jump in.
No, creo que estamos bien. We are okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right, y'all. Well, thank you so much, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was that press conference with Representative Joaquin Castro in Texas, kind of answering a lot of questions really about ICE and immigration as a whole. So that was that press conference. We heard a lot of media asking him several different questions. We're going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it right here. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. You're joining us at this special 4 o'clock hour. We have the Olympics showing on NBC right now, so we are going to keep it right here to give you the latest on what's happening around Charlotte and really around the world and the country. We are actually going to talk about weight loss drugs. They're very, very popular right now, that weight loss medication. And our very own Nate Morabito did an investigation on overdoses of those weight loss drugs. So Jane Monreal is going to toss to him, but this is what he found in that investigation. Because these days, you've heard all about them probably. GLPs, easy to prescribe, easy to take, and a lot of people are using them to lose weight. But right now, our Nate Morabito, as well as our partner at WFMY, digging into parts of this troubling trend involving these weight loss injection. Guys, thanks for joining us here, Nate in studio, and of course, Kevin joining us from FMY. So I'll start with you, Nate. What you and Kevin found these overdoses related to these weight loss drugs, they've skyrocketed. What is happening?
Right. I mean, so there's so many people that are using these injectable weight loss drugs. And by and large, I mean, the results are incredible. I posted some questions to the Facebook community not too long ago, and just comment after comment about the experience people have had, how much weight they've lost, more than 100 pounds, minimal side effects. I think that's the norm. But what we also found is when you are maybe not partnering with a doctor as closely as you should, or maybe you're not using a preloaded injector and you're taking a syringe and a vial and pulling out the dosage yourself, there is this risk of an overdose. And when we talk overdose, we're talking about emergency room sometimes, we're talking about hospital stays. I had one woman a short time ago tell me she had to go to the ER for it. And with all the good that's come with these drugs and the fact that doctors are backing them, there is also this growing risk. And really, over the last 6 years or so, a nearly 1,500% increase in calls to poison control centers for overdoses, for side effects, for severe complications. And so that alone, I don't think the public knows enough about.
No, not at all. This is the first I'm hearing of it. Kevin, you finding similar findings?
Absolutely, and we spoke. Nate was worked with us, and we were able to find a lady that lives here in North Carolina who basically experienced one of those situations. I mean, it was a pretty serious situation in regards to an overdose. Now, she had used a GLP-1 before and had some fairly positive results. Wasn't a lady that was considered overweight or anything like that. She basically used it for health purposes, and a lot of women are using those as they get a little bit older in life for the health benefits as it relates to that. And that's what she used it for. She used it for about month 2, went off of it, and then thought that was kind of it. She went on a cruise, wasn't really concerned about it. And then a friend of hers, colleague, reached out to her and said, "Hey, I'm working with a different company. Would you want to try this one?" And she said, "Sure, let's give it a go." And that's where things went sideways. The bottom line is it was a completely different company, and they prescribed a medication, and she took it for a few times, and it simply didn't work. And then they upped the dosage, and that dosage ended up putting her in the emergency room for about 3 days, and she was violently vomiting for 24 hours straight, if not 36 hours straight, every 30 minutes, simply because of an overdose as it relates to these GLP-1 medications.
That is really scary. And I mean, so like I said earlier, it's easy to get because you can, I mean, what are the channels people are using besides their doctors?
You can, I mean, that's the thing. They're readily available. There are tons and tons and tons of online companies and doctors that will prescribe these. And in this situation with her, she had to do very little like background information or anything like that. No pictures, no visuals, no nothing. Previously, she had to stand up in front of a camera. At least the doctor was able to kind of look at her and view her or what have you. In this situation, nothing like that. It was just a form that was filled out. She got the medication. It didn't work. They upped the dosage, and that caused problems.
So, I mean, for both of you, when you collab together on something like this, you're finding the same findings. What are these poison control folks or doctors telling you?
Yeah, I mean, so if you look at this woman's case, Leslie's case, who Kevin interviewed, I've talked with her a bit as well. She is featured in our investigation that airs tonight at 11. she had no interaction with like a live digital video consultation. She had no in-person communication with the doctor. And that's, we talked to a bariatric surgeon here in Charlotte with Novant Health, Dr. David Vollinger, and he really can't overstate this enough. If you are going to go on this kind of medication, he believes that you should be meeting with the doctor face to face. He says that is the best situation because that doctor knows your history, has a vested interest in making sure that you are going to comprehensively address your weight loss if that's the reason you're going on these drugs. And when we talked to him, the question for me was, because I have friends that have used these, I had no clue how severe the complications can be. I mean, in incredibly rare cases, people can die. And so he addressed that. And I wonder if we can take a listen to that, Carlene, because to me this drives home.
Rare,
look,
right? And it is extremely rare, but not zero from the standpoint. Just we talk about dehydration. If somebody has a heart issue or a kidney issue, that magnifies the severity of that. Sure, they could die. Hypoglycemia. These medicines can drop your blood sugar. Let's say that it drops your blood sugar to an extent that you have an injury, a intracranial injury. Some severe things can happen. So I don't want to scare people away from taking these medications. These medicines are excellent, but the point I want to make is educate yourself, about your own medical history and the side effects of these drugs, and do it under supervision of somebody that knows what they're doing, and not just over the phone with someone who doesn't have your vested interest and your medical chart in front of them. Chronic relapsing disease, you need a chronic relationship with your physician, right? That is key. This needs to be treated just like high blood pressure, diabetes, any other chronic disease. Obesity is the same way. These medicines can cause serious help, or they can cause serious harm if you're not working with a medical professional.
So I really, as part of this too, I wanted to know locally how often this is happening. I know Kevin was we're working towards the same way. And the truth is that North Carolina and South Carolina's poison control centers, we made requests to them. They did not comply with our request to provide data to really understand in our states how often this is happening. But we do know nationwide, big picture, this is an issue. Almost 23,000 calls to poison control centers since 2019. And, Leslie didn't call poison control center. So how many others are out there like her too that just go straight to the hospital, straight to the ER?
Kevin, what do you want viewers to know about your investigation tonight?
I think the thing about this is really it could happen to anybody that does this. And there's a couple of different drugs as it relates to FDA approved. And there's some drugs that are injectables and they're preloaded. And I think those are the safest when combined with a doctor that you're dealing with face to face. What Leslie was doing was it was an online doctor situation. There was no face-to-face interaction. And she was dealing with a compounding pharmacy. And what I've learned in talking with doctors is when you're compounding drugs, it's just not as accurate. It's not that it's not safe, but it's just not as accurate. And a lot of these drugs are dealt with in milliliters, or milligrams, excuse me. So it would be like 1, 1.1, 1.2, 1.5, etc. When it's preloaded, it is that exact amount. You know exactly what you're getting. When you're dealing with a compounding agency, from what I've been told, one batch that could be 2.1, the next month when you get that same batch at 2.1 milliliters, it may actually be 2.3. Or 2.4 or 2.5. You just don't know because you're dealing with a compounding agency. So as we were learning more about this, it's best to go with the company that's FDA approved. It's also best to make sure you're dealing with somebody face to face in these situations.
And Nate, I mean, this is very, it's kind of disturbing because a lot of people use it just not to gain or not to lose so much weight. They're not obese, but they are, in that maintenance level or trying to stave off, just to slim down.
Right, and it's so common, and I think that Leslie's experience really drives home another message too. She thought something was off when the doctor doubled her dosage and told her to inject even more of that from her vial into her body, and she didn't take the full amount, but her gut told her this doesn't seem right. And the next thing you know, she's asking a doctor, can you put me in a coma? I cannot live like this. This is too much for me. So we're talking really extreme. And by the way, not only like all the suffering she went through, a more than $10,000 hospital bill.
Oh, wow.
So this is like a little bit more than a nuisance here, right? Like if things go wrong, this is something that can affect your life, it can affect your pocketbook, and all we are trying to remind people of is that this is happening. There are actual cases about this happening, and really if you can have a relationship with your doctor or a doctor that you know you trust and you work with regularly, that seems to be the best approach. Nothing's obviously going to be bulletproof in this kind of a situation, but you just don't want to be in a situation where those side effects like nausea, vomiting, stomach pains can get to a level that are kind of unbearable.
Yeah. I mean, no weight loss is worth going through the emergency room or pain like that. Okay, gentlemen, your investigation looks like it's going to be a good one and something that we need to tune into tonight at 11.
Tonight at 11, I know on WFMY, on us at 11, and I just so appreciate Kevin working with me on this. We actually started working on this because our colleague in Seattle, station in Seattle at King TV was looking into this as well, and so it's just a great collaborative effort to really amplify something that people just don't know enough about, I think.
I mean, and yeah, it is something that a lot of people are talking about too, across the board. All right, looking forward to that on WFMY as well as WCNC Charlotte tonight at 11. Thanks, guys.
All right, like you heard Jane and Nate there, you can watch that at 11 o'clock on our station, which will be streaming here on WCNC Plus. We're going to go now to Representative Craig Malcolm, and they were going to be conducting a congressional oversight of ICE detention facility. So let's take a listen in for what they plan to do.
They said because of the lawsuit, there's only 13 people allowed in. And that's why in the last appropriations bill that was passed, we included, again, language that's been standard boilerplate language since the first Trump administration, that members of Congress can go fulfill their congressional obligation for life, health, and safety, and to make sure that people are treated in humane conditions, as well as to Angie's point, we used to be able to have a regional person here in the Homeland Department of Security, so if somebody was detained, our staff could directly interface with somebody. Now we're told to email one big national number. So getting a hold of anybody over there to follow up on whether it's a citizen, somebody with a green card, or somebody that we need to make sure has their medicine, they've made it impossible for us to do that. So I'm so glad that they allowed our colleague, who's one of the plaintiffs, Congresswoman Morrison, to go back in, because she really can have ears and eyes on what's going on being a physician herself. So you've all read the stories, people going to the ERs with eight fractures on their skull, people not having their medication. I mean, this is not the way the United States and the Congress wants to see people treated. We're better than that, and we're here to make sure that...
Can you speak on what Morrison saw inside? I'm assuming
she can speak for herself.
You were in there quite a while. Was this just...
Well, we got farther than we normally did.
Well, I got farther than I did the first time. Look, I will tell you one of the most concerning things that Congresswoman Morrison and I have experienced here is they put members of Congress in a waiting room when we come to perform our congressional oversight duties. What are they doing to get those detention facilities ready before we finally get to go down and look? We don't know, but there should be no wait. It is absolute law that members of Congress have the responsibility and right to perform these oversight visits. Again, this is the second time that Kristi Noem's ICE has not allowed me in. And look, I've been very critical of Kristi Noem's ICE. I have filed articles of impeachment against Kristi Noem. That does not take away my right to perform my congressional duties and look at these detention centers.
People have told us that people are sleeping in concrete floors in there. They're shackled all the time. Toilets are overflowing. What are your thoughts about these situations?
I've seen situations like that. And once we see them, we bring them to the Department of Homeland Security and the folks that are running these facilities. We put a spotlight on it. That's our job then to come talk to the press. So just like they have these administrative warrants, which don't follow the law, which are against the Constitution, their little rule, keeping the two of us out, is also against the law. And we're going to speak up and we're going to speak out and do everything we can to make sure that the next time we come back, we're in there to do our duties of oversight.
Can Congress hold hearings to look into this on Capitol Hill and say, why is this happening?
Well, they could if my congressional Republican colleagues would speak out and grow a spine and show just a tiny bit of patriotism. You know, I understand that Republicans have a Republican president, but I would remind my colleagues that they did not take an oath to a president. They took an oath to the Constitution, and would just continue to encourage them to follow their oath.
How much does situations like this, where you're not allowed in, again, play into ongoing discussions about funding the Department of Homeland Security?
Well, unfortunately, in the legislation that was passed in the big, not so beautiful bill, the Department of Homeland Security to carry out this operation here and around the country, this isn't the only place it's happening, has enough funding for the next 5 to 6 years. It's mandatory funding, so even in a shutdown, they get that funding. So many of us, especially on the Appropriations Committee, working with our colleagues on the authorizing committees, are figuring out a way we can keep that from happening. And I think this will just drive home, I think you might agree with me, what we're going to be asking for the vote that should come up in the next 6 to 7 days as we not negotiate, demand that the laws and the Constitution of this country be followed. And this is going to be part of that.
Yeah, we absolutely, not one more penny to Kristi Noem's ICE until they start following the law, until they stop profiling our neighbors, until they stop wearing masks, until all of the things that we've been talking about, body cameras, accountability. It is simply unacceptable, the tactics that ICE are using in our communities right now, and we are going to be doing everything in our power to ensure that these guardrails are put in place before any funding bill will be supported by a number of us. I'm sure as hell not voting for a penny to Trump's ICE until these guardrails are put in place.
I want to make a comment on the body cameras. In 2021, in an appropriation bills, we funded body cameras. In 2022, President Biden said the body cameras will be worn and the information will be transmitted. When President Trump took office, before these searches even started, he told them that they could put the body cameras away. So we just don't want to fund some of these things that are in this bill. That's why it's not a negotiation, or we're being nice about it, or we're asking the president's permission. We are demanding that the Constitution and the law be followed. This is something that, and I've been in Congress longer than Angie has. I've never seen anything like this. No president has ever behaved this way. Breaking the law, breaking the Constitution, and having his administration just decide what they want to do and what they don't want to do. Whether it's the Department of Defense or Homeland Security, it is out of control.
How long were you in there before they gave you the no? Did you have to wait for that, or was that pretty quick?
I asked at 3 o'clock, was probably, what time is it now? A good 40 minutes?
Yeah,
40 minutes.
they pulled us in for about 40 minutes into a waiting area before they announced that Representative McCollum and I would not be allowed in.
And who was it that was denying you? Who specifically?
That's an interesting question.
That's a great question. We don't know.
I don't think
the higher-ups.
I don't think it was the gentleman here.
No.
I want to be honest.
No.
I don't think it was the gentleman here. I think they were following their orders, doing their due diligence, made a phone call, and some attorney who doesn't know how to read appropriations law that's been signed by the president or follow the Constitution made a decision to exclude us from doing our jobs.
Two questions. Is Representative Morrison still inside?
Yes.
She is.
Okay. Second question. You said they told you that only 13 people are allowed. Do you know where they got that number? Who are the 13?
That's part of a. I've got a copy of the lawsuit here, but it's part of a suit that was brought, and a judge came up with a small number for now, while things are still going through the courts and being heard.
But as Representative McCollum just said, the appropriations bills that passed last week had the language that would allow us to perform our congressional oversight duties. And Donald Trump just signed it into law again, and now is ignoring a bill and law that he just signed.
Which tells me they don't want us in these facilities. So I'm so glad Congresswoman Morrison's in there, because she'll speak the truth.
Do you think they're trying to hide stuff? Not having you guys get in there?
Well, look, anytime you have somebody who shows up with 8 skull fractures after they were in a facility, it's got to tell you something, that things that are happening here aren't the way that they should be, right?
A couple of weeks ago, we were working to try to get insulin to someone who had been detained, who desperately needed their medication. The week before that, we were desperately trying to find a constituent before he was moved to El Paso who needed his medication. So do I think things are happening in this facility that are anti-American and anti-patriotic? You bet I do.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
All right, you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back on WCNC Plus. You're watching Live Impact News on this special 4 o'clock hour on WCNC Plus. We're so happy you are here joining us. We're going to go to Councilman Malcolm. He's going to be talking about the I-77 expansion. Basically, he spoke about it yesterday a little bit, but he came on Live Impact News with our Jane Monreal to talk about his concerns about that expansion. Let's listen in.
Tensions boiling over last night at a town hall meeting about I-77, the expansion plan involving the elevated toll lanes through Uptown. So joining us right now is Charlotte City Councilman Malcolm Graham, who was forced to end the meeting as early as residents voiced their opposition to this elevated highway design. Mr. Graham, thank you for joining us here this afternoon on such short notice. First of all, appreciate you coming in.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here again. I enjoy coming in and visiting with you guys.
Yeah, we enjoy having you here because we can break it down in a conversational style, and sort of we've got some time here in this longer format. So, what happened yesterday? Did you expect that to happen?
So, what happened yesterday is we had our annual District 2 Town Hall meeting, and we talked about a wide variety of issues that impacting District 2 as well as the city of Charlotte. We talked about crime and public safety. We talked about growth in the community, our strategic area plan, the fact that Charlotte has 150 residents coming to our community each and every day. We talked about the zoning process. We talked about issues relating to growth. One of the issues, obviously, was the I-77 South, and we had a presentation from Tom Hatchett, who is a local historian. He presented last night and kind of put the issue in perspective in terms of the history of the 77 project going back to the 50s and the 60s. The African Americans who lives and properties were impacted because of the construction of the original freeway. What a great time to have that conversation during Black History Month, to learn some history, to set up the discussion for the I-77 expansion, which was delivered by the North Carolina Department of Transportation. I guess the question is, did I expect what happened to occur?
Right.
First and foremost, let me state my position.
Please.
I think both options are terrible. I made that statement weeks and months ago, right? And so I stand with the neighborhood associations, the neighborhood presidents who have voiced concerns for weeks, right? And been trying to be an honest broker between them and the NCDOT, and that's why they were placed on the agenda to present at last night's meeting. I too was surprised that on Wednesday around 7 o'clock that NCDOT released a press release acknowledging that they had made a selection of the elevated option, which came as a surprise to me. I've been speaking with them for weeks in preparation for the town hall, and never did they tell me that they were close to making a recommendation or a decision. So I was surprised at that, and certainly I think a number of residents who came there was also surprised that they thought they were coming to voice their opinions and their concerns over two options. Now there's only one, and again, as I said earlier, even the option that I believe that they chose doesn't meet the moment or the concerns that has been expressed by many residents that I represent.
Yeah, I mean, someone said that we shouldn't have to take this, that they felt unheard, and so part of that, though, that feeling, that sentiment from residents from the area, District 2, still feel that way regardless of NCDOT's results and their release of this news, yeah?
Yeah, well, again, I can't speak for NCDOT. I'm not here to do that, right? I'm here to stand with my residents and my neighborhood leaders who have voiced concerns over both options as well. If NCDOT was here, they would say that they had a number of community outreach sessions, that they spoke with a number of individuals over the last several months. And as I told them, just because you're talking to folks and you have identified all these community touch points, are you listening to what they are telling you, right? You can have 50, 60, 100 meetings, and you can say, yes, I've checked that box, we're doing community engagement, but if you're not listening and taking into consideration what they're saying, then many people will feel that they have not been heard. They will probably say, if they were here, and again, that they have heard, and that's why they chose the second option, because the second option relieves the impact on some some of the neighborhoods, Lincoln Heights, McQuarrie Heights. It relieves some of the impact on the graveyard that was subject to be impacted, the park that was subject to be impacted. They will probably say we did listen, and so we made those. That's why we pivoted to the second option. I'm here to say that the second option itself doesn't make a whole lot of sense either, because it's visually unappealing. It would really create a concrete wall of steel and adjacent to our uptown community in terms of impacting the sight lines, environmental concerns in reference to noise and pollution, etc. And it's probably an old way of building highways that many cities are getting away from. And so there's still work to be done from my perspective. I am with the neighborhood leaders, right? And of the young folks who attended last night and voiced the fact that they were not heard, those were not my neighborhood leaders, right?
Okay, right.
Those are
were they new faces?
They were new faces to me that have swelled up on Instagram, and folks are communicating, right? My daughter said, Dad, this is where this is originating from. And obviously every voice matters.
Sure.
Every voice should be heard, but screaming and hollering, it's really not a way to change public policy. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not productive, although, of course, they have the right to voice their
People
opinion.
are looking at how they are behaving versus what they are saying. And what we're trying to do is have a productive conversation on a topic that has a lot of history to it. That's why Tom was there to kind of put that in perspective. And as the council member that represents the area and care about the city as a whole, as I said earlier, I too believe that both designs doesn't meet the moment, and the fact that the designs were only introduced to the community in October of last year, and now they're making a decision in February, months later, doesn't give really the time for really engaging community input and what they are looking for, this question and answering, this back and forth. And I agree with them in that sentiment that, hey.
Is it a little hasty?
I think it's a little hasty. And in fact, like I said, and I told NCDOT this Wednesday when I was at a basketball game actually, and my phone started blowing up, say, hey, NCDOT made a recommendation. They themselves didn't call me and tell me that recommendation was made. So there's some issues in reference to transparency, and collaboration means open communication, open dialogue. And
all right. Yeah, that was Malcolm Graham talking about the I-77 expansion project right there. We are live Impact News right now, but we're going to switch on over to our 5 o'clock news so you can sit back, relax, and enjoy that right here on WCNC Plus as well.